You also didn't sleep well enough to.
That's what 3 hours sleep will do for you.
Yes, and on that note, I thought I was speaking at Roland's farewell the other night, but anyway. Thank you, sir. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak to the Infrastructure Funding and Finance Amendment Bill. Look, it's sensitive, sensible, innovative tool for local government and to support investment and development. But one of the key things, and I think it was traversed a little bit last night as well, is this SPV, the Special Purpose Vehicle Arrangement. You know, like the name's on the tin. And what I find really amusing about when we're sort of all in agreement here that we have to take a slightly different approach to things, and it's what the philosophers call a heterodox approach. In other words, we listen to everybody and we all agree and we're going to get there in the end, as I heard last night, which is really nice. But the SPVs, the Nats claim it, then Labor claimed it, then ACT claimed it, and then the Greens were a little worried about it. There we go. But interestingly, I don't think any of you can claim developing these kinds of things, SPVs. I bring for you Waterfront Auckland. Right. Sir Bob Harvey was the chair. It was really an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, and it wasn't just about housing, right? It was the development of the waterfront. It came from the Auckland City Council, and then it was rolled over into the new Auckland Council. And oh, by the way, everyone that keeps calling Auckland a city, I'll just remind you that actually it has a regional part. And if you really look at the understanding regional development, it is a city region. But anyway, I traversed there a little bit. The Waterfront Auckland was time limited. It was for a special purpose. And here's the kicker. It was public investment that catalysed private investment. That's what these things do. And Waterfront Auckland, being time limited, was rolled into Panuku, which is now the Auckland Urban Development Office. So it fulfilled the purpose. So congratulations to Sir Bob Harvey for a job well done. It's not just about housing, obviously. That's one of the jewels for Auckland, is the waterfront and the work that was done there. But let's just get to the Green Party members' concern about special purpose vehicles. Yeah, what are we trying to do here? Special purpose? Well, it's on the tin. It's on the tin. So the special purpose vehicle here is about, if you like, private benefit and public good. Yeah, so that's a balancing act, and a lot of people want us to commend this to the House. I'll get to that in a second, but unfortunately, Tom, you're not my whip.
That's right.
So, yes, it's a balancing act, and it takes skill and experience. I'm still trying to find a little bit of that here, but I've been in this kind of job and this kind of process many, many times before, and it's all about leveraging for the public good or for the community's benefit. That is the essence of economic development. That's how you do it. I've seen a lot of snake oil salesmen in my time coming with really good projects where they want public money, and you've really got to sort those ones out. But, you know, if you ask a simple question to any proponent, what's in it for the public? What's in it for the ratepayer? What's in it for the taxpayer in any project? That's the whole purpose of this. That's the whole purpose. But I've also seen, you know, leaders in the private sector, so to the Green Party members' concerns about SPVs, such as Sir Ron Carter, Sir Stephen Tindall, Sir Ian Edgar. There's a reason they're sirs, because they had the community at their heart, just like Bob. Bob did a good job. So whatever that is, and however you make those arrangements, and what I like about the Infrastructure Funding and Finance Bill is there are some guardrails there to ensure that the public gets the benefit out of these things, and we implement in the proper way. So, yes, back to the bill, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes councils are under the real pressure to provide infrastructure where rates are insufficient. For example, those ones that have heavily touristed or are under pressure from rapid growth. So it's about unlocking New Zealand's infrastructure potential, infrastructure funding and financing. So the model is good, and may I remind the House that things like the Provincial Growth Fund and the Regional Infrastructure Fund do this all the time. So it's not new. We need this balancing act and we need the guardrails, and we as New Zealand First commend this bill to the House.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, and what a good morning to everyone. Such a lovely morning. I hope everyone got a good sleep last night. I'm a bit of ashamed to hear New Zealand First, all they want to do is have a go at the Green Party when all we do is just care. We care. And I thank you, David Wilson, and it was actually a little bit disappointing to hear, your coalition partners just telling you to hurry up the whole time while you were trying to alleviate our concerns with this bill. Feels like there's a few cracks happening over there. Mr. Speaker, I will get back to the bill. And it is good. It is very. It's a privilege to stand up on behalf of the Green Party to speak to this bill. And we know when this was first enacted back in 2020, we supported the bill, and obviously it hasn't been hugely successful since then. I actually do recall as a city councillor the ability, actually, if we had a special purpose vehicle, some of the things that we could have actually achieved. And we know that there are concerns when you do some of these significant infrastructure projects, the impacts they do have on councils and therefore ratepayers. So they're having actually a mechanism to ensure that doesn't happen and move that issue away from ratepayers is actually a sensible thing, and ensuring that we do have an ability that actually enables good public investment is actually very, very good. And through this process, the Greens have been working hard to ensure that actually what we do get is an outcome that is beneficial to the public and enables growth that can pay for itself in a way that is sustainable. And we still do have some concerns about where we're at, because I think we've got to be a little bit careful, because we know when we look at growth, paying for growth, there are issues that do impact council significantly from that attitude, but obviously we can create these mechanisms that remove that. But I am always concerned when we just look at growth for the sake of growth and just ensuring that it's commercially viable, when actually what we need to really make sure we do is that it's not just commercially viable, that it also, just as importantly, stacks up environmentally. Because we do know that growth for the sake of growth is not sustainable. And we just cannot just keep having urban sprawl. And there's potential that when we create these bills that enable more development, that development can occur in the wrong place. That will end up having impacts on future generations, future councils that have to actually pay for the cost of where we build. And so it is really important that we get our urban planning right, and we have financial structures that actually enable it to happen, but we need to make sure we control where it does happen. Our natural resources are finite, and we cannot abuse that, because if we do, we are failing future generations. And what I have seen from this term of government is a government that just keeps doing that same I've got lots of stuff to say, but I heard a comment, so I thought I'd better respond to that comment. But yeah, so as I said, what we've seen from this
Not
government
always
over the last
recommended.
three...
Not
Sorry,
always recommended.
Mr. Speaker?
Not always recommended responding to comments.
I know, especially when it's just chewing up my valuable time, which is a little bit concerning because I was just getting to a very, very good point. And, but that's all right, I'll get back with my 10 seconds, 7 seconds. Look, it's good to speak on behalf of the Green Party. This is obviously very... Oh, I've run out of time.
Ryan Hamilton.
This bill literally unlocks infrastructure growth, just like Te Awa Lakes north of Hamilton got a $50 million IFF loan to unlock 2,500 houses. This is about fixing the basics and building the future, literally.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and aren't we peppy this morning on this real Friday, perpetual Tuesday. Labor supports the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Amendment Bill, as was very eloquently noted last night when we started this debate by my colleague Aotearoa Williams, although she did raise some concerns, and I want to go through those a little bit today as well. Infrastructure funding matters, we know that, but who ultimately pays matters just as much, and I want to highlight some of those concerns. So ultimately, we support better tools for unlocking housing and infrastructure. We know that New Zealand needs to unlock our infrastructure. We've got a huge deficit that we need to figure out better ways of grappling with. And we know that too many developments have been delayed because things like the pipes, the roads, other sorts of essential services don't get funded up front. But financing infrastructure is never cost-free, and the key question in this particular bill is who carries that cost and where is it transparent, and whether actually households can genuinely afford it. And I agree with my colleague Mike Davidson, sometimes we do have to think about the nature of growth. And this bill does make those funding and financing, well, it does create a model that makes funding more easy, but it cannot be used as an excuse to simply shift costs onto families already dealing with rates increases, mortgages and everyday expenses and the cost of living. So ultimately we can't say solve one affordability problem by simply shifting and creating another problem somewhere else. So the infrastructure levies we acknowledge can help new houses get built, which is a good thing, but those levies remain attached to a property sometimes for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And a developer or a current owner may support the levy because it makes the project easier to proceed initially, but it's often the future homeowners who are the ones that are going to make those payments. And they might not have been involved, or they almost certainly wouldn't have been involved in the original decisions, so they might not fully understand the long-term costs when they purchase that property. So Labor's concern is that removing the affordability assessments, which has been done in some circumstances, could make a house appear more affordable up front, which is alluring. But it does leave the new owner with a substantial ongoing charge. The other thing that we are concerned about is the expansion into transport, and that raised some unresolved questions. So one of the most significant changes is allowing that this type of financing model to be used more widely for transport projects, including projects that have traditionally been led by national transport agencies for national transport infrastructure and therefore funded through those national mechanisms. So Labor doesn't want this bill essentially to become a backdoor to fund things that have traditionally been funded by central government, just shifting it onto local government and therefore local communities and ratepayers. And this concern is even sharper when, obviously the government is also proposing a cap to rates. And so some of that doesn't quite add up, and I think that does require a little bit more scrutiny. Obviously, councils could be expected to collect new infrastructure levies via this model, whilst also having a restriction placed on them how they could fund their own essential services. And that contradiction, I think, remains unresolved via this process. The other important factor to take note of is that local communities and councils absolutely have to retain a meaningful voice in this process. So the bill significantly narrows the circumstances in which a council can refuse to endorse a levy. It, in practice, means that councils may be required to support a levy unless collecting it would put rate collection at risk. And what does that even necessarily mean? So the process around that remains a little bit opaque, and whilst we again support streamlining the process, we think that the communities deserve some proper information and actually some genuine consultation so that they can have confidence that not only are their views being taken into account, but the ultimate outcome is a good one. Mr. Speaker, the Select Committee, we believe, has strengthened protections around some of the forced land sales, which was a really important topic. The bill gave, as has been noted by prior speakers both last night and this morning, the bill, as introduced, gave special purpose vehicles a very broad power where development failed. And an SPV could have sought the sale of undeveloped land based largely on its own assessment, with sometimes possibly without even the requisite necessary information to make that independent process very clear to the landowner to challenge the debt, which is an important part of that process. My colleague Aotearoa Williams talked a little bit last night about the Māori landowners' situation that they would find themselves in, and the fact that they absolutely deserve more than a tick box consultation during this process. It's a different set of circumstances with unique and sometimes complicated but bespoke considerations, and any piece of legislation that we enact needs to be able to account for that properly so that we don't create unintended or even intended negative consequences down the track. So going back to the SVP, I go to say, but SPV, the Select Committee has recommended that that vehicle must first obtain a court decision, a court judgment, before it can apply for a forced sale, and that seems absolutely sensible to us, and congratulations to those people on that Select Committee that made that happen. So we welcome that amendment. It was important to go through that process. It restores ultimately judicial oversight and protects natural justice, which is always absolutely important, and ensures that the amount claimed can be properly tested before someone risks losing their land. And you can imagine all the various situations that could occur. A forced land sale is always a stressful and unfortunate situation, and there absolutely has to be public confidence that that's done properly. Mr. Speaker, the affordability must be assessed cumulatively, not levy by levy, and that was another important consideration for this Select Committee. Households don't experience, just rates, water charges, infrastructure levies in isolation. They experience it as one combined bill. They get their rates notice, they perhaps pay it annually, they pay it quarterly, whatever, but they get their rates notice, and not that many people go through it line by line and pontificate about each contribution, the contribution that each thing makes to its overall rating. But that is how they experience the rating system, and Labor therefore welcomes the committee's recommendation that the Minister must consider the cumulative impact of a new levy alongside existing rates, water services charges and other levies. And this responds, we think, directly to concerns raised about double dipping. And even just saying the word out loud, no one likes the concept of double dipping. We've had various examples of that over the years. It feels hence like the fact that someone's doing something to you that you didn't realise was happening, and there's nothing worse than feeling like you're getting a bit ripped off. And in this particular example, where people may be charged several times for overlapping infrastructure costs, and you can imagine how potentially complicated some of that levying could end up being, it's really important that that safeguard be there. So Labor will continue to obviously argue for affordability protections and make sure that they are applied consistently, including for future homeowners, who are the ones who are ultimately going to bear these costs. But we support building houses. We think unlocking the potential to ensure that the pipes, the roads and all those other services are financed out front, because we acknowledge that that is obvious and often the sticking point for growth and development, and therefore we support this bill.
Dan Bidwar.
Mr Speaker, this is such a good bill, I'm going to commend it to the House.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Mr Speaker. And this bill does build on an excellent initiative of the last Labor government, because we've always recognised the need for well-planned and well-funded development, and this bill essentially improves in some respects. Why are you heckling me? It improves in some respects the infrastructure framework that we put in place, and in fact here in Wellington, if I recall correctly, the sludge plant is funded exactly by this framework. I think we do need to remember that what this essentially does is it allows a funding stream to repay what is usually commercial lending. And by having a statutory framework, it gives some assurance to any lender that there will be a long-term source of income to finance interest costs and principal repayments, but it is still essentially borrowing for infrastructure. There is no magic way to come up with this cash. We've got to come up with it somewhere. This is simply deferring and stretching out the repayments, usually across 30 or 50 years. And as my colleague noted, someone's got to pay. And this framework essentially puts those costs on ratepayers and property owners across the long term. So it's not some magical way to get infrastructure for free, but it does smooth the costs out. And having said that, there is some concern that we're seeing a government that wants to cap rates on the one hand for a cheap political win, but in fact this will simply impose other costs on ratepayers. So it's a little bit of the old magic cup, moving the costs around. So let's be upfront about this. And quite right that we need to be very careful about making sure that the overall costs imposed on homeowners in particular is affordable, because we've set up a new water system and we've seen water rates going up pretty significantly. We've got a framework of levies already. We've got special rates in Christchurch. There's a special rate being imposed for some rebuild work. And then we've got this additional levy. And here in Wellington, we've seen some accounting errors with the sludge levy where that's caused some issues as well. But it's all costs, and this, if we do have infrastructure funded this way, it will increase essentially the bill of ratepayers. And it's just another way for rates to go up, so we've got to keep an eye on affordability. I do want also to just express a little bit of concern about the watering down of protections for Māori land, because obviously development does benefit Māori land, but we need to be cautious that we don't think that just because we're building some infrastructure plant or roading, which benefits Māori land, we've got an untrammelled right to levy that land, and consultation on those projects is very important. In fact, as I understand it, previously Māori landowners, iwi and hapu, were required to consent, but now once you're across a certain threshold, it can be imposed on them. And in terms of tino rangatiratanga, that's a bit of a concern, because Māori land, how it's rated and how it's dealt with and how it's held, has always kind of been the last bastion of autonomy for Māori, and this is just encroaching on it a little bit. And I'm concerned about these small encroachments. So I'm sure there'll be more to be said about that. The other thing, I guess, that I'd just like to say is the dangers around failed projects, because exactly what amounts to a failed project, a lot of these projects take a long time, and they might not take off. Look at Rolleston, didn't take off overnight, but it took off eventually. And so we've got to be really cautious about leaping to a conclusion that there's been a failure when in fact all that's needed is more time. And I understand the Select Committee had a look at that, that's good, but caution is required there. But overall, building on a good Labour initiative.
Tom Rutherford.
Mr Speaker, it's time to get this done. I commend it to the House.
Tangi Utikiri.
Kia ora, good morning, Mr Speaker. Look, it's a pleasure to rise and speak in support of the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Amendment Bill. This was a bill that has been reported back to the House via the Finance and Expenditure Committee. I'm not a member of that committee, but I did have an opportunity to sit in on some of the submissions and indeed some of the advice in terms of the committee's consideration on this bill and the report that's currently in front of the House. 60 submissions, I think it was around about half a dozen who did front up and appear in front of the Select Committee, and do want to acknowledge the officials, particularly the Ministry for Housing and Urban Development, and the Office of the Clerk, and obviously Parliamentary Council Office as well. Mr Speaker, we support this bill because we do recognise the need for good tools in order to fund and deliver infrastructure. So the funding is the important part, as is the delivery. And, you know, as my colleague, the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb, has already indicated this morning, this was a bill that was introduced under the previous Labour government. And so, you know, naturally we have a look at this and have continued to support it based on what we see currently in front of us. New Zealand, as we know, has a bit of an infrastructure deficit in this country, and what we do need is practical ways to unlock growth for housing, for further growth, and obviously for resilience, which is why we as a team do support the Infrastructure Commission's National Infrastructure Plan, and obviously the response that was provided, and our infrastructure spokesperson, the Honourable Kira McAnulty, did provide a forward as part of that. So we are serious about the need around tackling the infrastructure deficit in New Zealand, and part of that is looking at how things are funded and how things are financed as well. The question is not whether infrastructure should be built. It must be built in this country, and we'll go on to talk a little bit around what some of those particular parts of infrastructure will be in a moment. But whether the funding model is fair, whether it's affordable, and whether it is transparent is what we have been looking at when we have considered this bill. Funding models are important, yes, but it's not just an approach where one can be effectively introduced without consideration around where is the transparency lens, and colleagues have already touched on that in earlier contributions as part of this bill as well. Infrastructure financing absolutely should help communities to grow, but it shouldn't just be about moving costs from one balance sheet to the other. We do need to understand that these decisions have an impact on households and on household budgets. And that's why ensuring that infrastructure projects go through the Infrastructure Commission's independent insurance assessment process is really, really important. And I do hope that, and the reason why that is important, Mr. Speaker, is because if we are looking at the funding opportunities and how things will be financed, knowing that a project actually stacks up through an independent lens is going to ensure some certainty and longevity for the project. And so I do hope that the government, in terms of thinking about the wider brief of infrastructure, do consider that as well. The important thing is when we, I guess, look at this particular bill, and some might see that as a form of streamlining a particular process. What is important is that that doesn't soon become a euphemism for simply removing safeguards that need to be in place to make sure that there are checks and balances, that there is a reduction in engagement with community as to how that might work, or indeed a weakening of accountability for when these decisions are made and when they're taken, that there is accountability as a key part of that. So for Labour, Mr. Speaker, we have been constructive in this space. We support the objective of enabling infrastructure, good infrastructure, infrastructure that connects communities but also stacks up, and we will continue to scrutinise the detail. That is certainly a responsibility. One of the changes that the Select Committee did make, and it's one that the Labour Party were very, very keen on, is this issue of cumulative affordability. And so it's something that my colleague, Dr. Tracy McClellan, has touched on, and that is looking at affordability through the lens of not just whether in isolation these costs and items can be afforded or not, but actually an acknowledgement of the fact that households get a number of calls on their household budget. And the Minister, in considering any sort of levy proposal and whether to advance that or not, that one of the changes that has been made is that the Minister needs to consider that proposal alongside the existing levies, the existing rates, the existing costs that are already in place, the existing water charges that Dr. Webb has touched on. We've called for that change, and it's good to see that that is a change that has been included in here. It means that the consideration as to whether a proposal should succeed or not, or even be put on the table, will have those cumulative considerations on households and their budgets made before those future decisions are actually taken. Because while a levy may, in a traditional sense, sort of sit outside traditional rates, for families, that is still another bill that is coming through the door. And that's why there is a real need for there to be that active consideration. One of the aspects that the Select Committee did spend a little bit of time on is the requirement for consultation with those landowners who would be affected by a proposal, but also with iwi and hapu as well. And I want to acknowledge the officials who, under the direction of the Select Committee, did spend quite a bit of time going through this. Permission was granted for them to go out and consult concurrently at the same time that the Select Committee was considering this bill. And on page 5 of the Select Committee's report, this arose out of a concern that engagement needed to occur with iwi Māori organisations and other individuals around levies or areas of charges that may, for levy areas or charges that may affect Māori land, for Māori land that is subject to treaty settlement process, and also acknowledging the fact that infrastructure decisions that may be taken may affect Māori land. And so it's pleasing to see that a result of that is a change to the bill, Mr. Speaker, that will require there to be active consultation and the requirement to also indicate and show the links that have been taken to ensure that that consultation has been disclosed with the affected parties, with iwi, with hapu as well, and that that's part of the whole process. I want to just make some brief comments on transport, because part of the focus of this bill is to allow for the funding potentially of transport infrastructure that leads to growth opportunities. In terms of transport infrastructure, you know, we all know that this government have a $56 billion suite of roads of national significance, and that number continues to grow. They accept that they need to reprioritise, reassess that, to rescope those projects, because right now they have a $30 billion fiscal hole in terms of that plan. So one could say that that's why they're perhaps looking at any funding and financing opportunity around transport infrastructure to meet that. But we need to be very clear that, you know, this is not to be seen as an opportunity to grab every single bit of coin and every dollar that is out in the community to fund transport projects that do not stack up. And so the sort of shift in the space to allow transport agencies like Wakatahi NZTA to trigger projects that may result in local levies, it is important that that transparency at the local level still exists. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that the accountability for the decisions that are be taken by those that make those decisions still exists, and it is important that the consultation and accountability exists there as well. Our concern is not with enabling infrastructure per se. Our concern, and my concern in the transport space, is with who pays for these projects, who decides where these projects are going to go, do they stack up through that independent lens, and are those costs affordable over time? Because what is very clear under the current government is that their roads of national significance are not affordable, they are not funded, they are not going to be delivered anytime soon, and so they need to go through a process of reprioritisation. And we all wait as to when that is going to happen. We all think that there's not going to be a government policy statement on land transport before the election. That would be the first time in more than 2 decades that that had been the case. So we do hope that the government is serious about focusing on transport infrastructure and that moving forward we'll continue to keep a watching brief.
Nancy Liu.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is part of National's plan to fixing the basics, to unlock the growth potentials and to build a future for New Zealand, particularly when most of the submitters have supported this bill. I commend it to the House.
Lawrence Sunan.
Speaker. I think this is a really interesting bill because I think overall when it comes to public infrastructure and also facilities, there are some good aspects to this bill. And I think one of the things in particular, as we heard from previous speakers on this bill, is around the ability or the streamlining of this in terms of the levies regarding the infrastructure funding and financing. While, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill, as an omnibus bill, is intending on making the existing IFF models more usable, flexible, and viable by making it easier for such infrastructure projects. And I think we've heard some of those, and I will discuss more in terms of both housing, urban development, as well as transport to be funded. There are definitely additional, still kind of concerns that the Greens have regarding how is this going to work in other respects, particularly when the ability of whether this is a way for the Crown, for example, to watch some of its responsibilities and looking at further privatization and rather than putting in public funding. And I think this is something that we've mentioned and we're looking at as a part of the select committee process, that this bill will, allow for something like that to proceed with ill-considered projects and lock people into unaffordable repayment. Because what's really interesting, I think, in the context of this bill is that what has been characterized as unnecessary barriers to uptake the IFF may actually be that projects don't stack up and shouldn't be built in the first place. And I think the previous speaker, Tangi Utakiri, has mentioned in terms of some of the unaffordability when it comes to the roads of national significance. And I think, when we're looking at some of the billions and billions of dollars has been proposed on some of those, and the burden it would have on both local government, ratepayers as well as taxpayers, it is a concern because a lot of those, I think we can agree that if we put in other areas such as public transport or even things are more varied and diverse ways or modes of transportation like cycling and also rail that we potentially see better use for money. So I think there are great potentials for this bill, but it's the implementation that is going to be interesting to see as we develop. I think one of the other things, Mr. Speaker, around this bill when we're looking at the levy aspect is something that I think in general we've seen the Audit Office being quite interested in terms of some of the nuances between what we consider as a levy, what we consider as a fee, and what we consider as a tax. And I think this is something we have discussed across quite a few varied bills here in this House this term. And I think some of those blurriness potentially has piqued the interest of the Audit Office, as we see in some of their latest report. So in this particular case, when we're looking at the levy-making power, and particularly when we're looking at, for example, the cumulative affordability concerns and the fact that one of the new sections in Section 27, which will be interesting to unpack with the Minister more during the committee stage coming up, will simplify the mandatory consideration that the Minister must make when taking into account before recommending a levy order be made. But I think it's also important, and this is something that I think deserves further unpacking during the committee stage, is when we're looking at that levy-making power, where is some of that levy-making power, and that where some of that levy is going to go. As I mentioned before, if the levy, for example, we're looking specifically going towards the same remit and within the same scope of a particular agency or particular local authority, that potentially is useful, is helpful. However, what I've seen, for example, in some of the other changes, let's say the waste minimization bill, where the levy has now been used more broadly in terms of the scope of other areas or the general operations of a particular local authority or agency, then that's not a very good use of a levy, and that's something that should rightfully be funded by the Crown. And we have also seen some changes to immigrations where levy has been used to supplement health and education, which also defeats the purpose of a levy. So I think those are interesting to consider in the upcoming committee stage.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Infrastructure Funding and Financing Amendment Bill, second reading.
The bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Call on Government Order of the Day number 11.
Pai Ora, Healthy Futures 3-Day Postnatal Stay Amendment Bill, second reading.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Pai Ora Healthy Futures 3-Day Postnatal Stay Amendment Bill be now read a second time. This bill is about guaranteeing women the choice of a minimum of 3 days of postnatal inpatient care after childbirth to ensure all mothers and babies get the support they need during this vitally important time. This government believes that every child deserves the best possible start in life. That start does not begin weeks or months after birth. It begins immediately, in those first precious days when mothers are recovering from childbirth and families are learning to care for a newborn together. This bill responds directly to what women and families have told us about their postnatal experiences. They've told us about that greater certainty and support in the early days following childbirth is needed. We know that quality early postnatal care can shape positive long-term outcomes well beyond the hospital stay. Mr. Speaker, it is for these reasons that this government is proud to back this bill with significant new funding delivered in Budget 2026. We are committed to ensuring that this legislation is matched with the investment needed to deliver it. This new funding of $34.4 million over 4 years increases maternity system capacity so mothers can confidently choose up to 3 days of inpatient postnatal stay, knowing it will be supported by the beds and the workforce required to do this safely. First-time mothers will be the first to benefit. Starting immediately, up to 2,000 new mothers per year will be able to access a 3-day postnatal stay.
within the first 2 years, utilising existing capacity. As access is expanded to all mothers after 3 years, we anticipate that up to 18,000 mothers per year will be able to access a 3-day postnatal stay. I want to acknowledge the original sponsor of this legislation. How good, Catherine Wedd. This bill began its life as a members' bill grounded in a genuine concern of the postnatal experiences of women and families. This government made the decision to adopt the bill because we agreed with the fundamental importance of guaranteeing 3 days of inpatient postnatal care for all women if they choose to access it. I also want to acknowledge and thank the Health Committee, especially chaired by the very hard-working Sam Uffindale, for its consideration of this bill and for the work it has done through the Select Committee process. I also want to thank the many individuals, the midwives and other health professionals who took the time to make submissions and share their experiences. There was widespread support for the intent of the bill and for the principle that postnatal care should be a stronger and more consistent part of our maternity system. That feedback reflects just how significant the postnatal period is for families across this country. Taking this bill forward with the support of my colleague, the Honourable Casey Costello, also delivers on a clear commitment in the National New Zealand First Coalition Agreement to strengthen maternity services and postnatal support for women. Crucially, it's a practical and compassionate step that puts women and their well-being at the centre of our health system. I intend to table an amendment paper as part of its adoption as a government bill. The amendment paper will include transitional arrangements requiring Health New Zealand to have a plan setting out how it will progressively build its capability and capacity across New Zealand to deliver this entitlement to all mothers. It also builds in more time to ensure that the system can safely deliver the entitlement to all women. This is about increasing maternity services to mothers and babies in a responsible, well-managed and well-funded way. The budget allocation of $34.4 million over 4 years will address the workforce and capacity constraints the system is currently facing. I look forward to consideration of this amendment bill with this bill is debated in the Committee of the Whole House. The bill establishes a clear entitlement that women can access 3 days of inpatient postnatal care if they choose, rather than leaving that decision uncertain or inconsistently applied. In doing so, it supports better outcomes for mothers and babies and reinforces that postnatal care is a valued and essential part of that maternity journey. It does not mandate that women stay in inpatient care for 3 days. Many women will continue to choose to return home earlier, supported by community-based services and their families, just as they do now. What this bill does is ensure that women who would benefit from staying longer have that option available to them without ambiguity or inconsistency. For some families, particularly first-time parents, the early postnatal period can feel overwhelming. There is a great deal to learn in a very short space of time. Having the option of additional support, monitoring and reassurance within an inpatient setting can make a meaningful difference to confidence and well-being. Some women have told us they would have welcomed more time in inpatient care, more time to recover physically, more time to establish breastfeeding, more time to receive advice and reassurance before returning home. Others have reported leaving hospital within 48 hours, even though they did not feel ready because they were unsure whether staying longer was an option. This uncertainty adds pressure at a time when families already have a great deal to manage. The bill removes the uncertainty and replaces it with clarity and confidence. This bill respects that different families will make different choices about what is right for them, and it ensures the system is better equipped to support those choices. This legislation is not the only change. The government has a broader program of work to strengthen the maternity system and ensure it can deliver high-quality postnatal care in a sustainable way. Health New Zealand is already taking action to build and support the maternity workforce needed to deliver the strengthened postnatal care set out in this bill. This includes targeted recruitment initiatives, including international recruitment where appropriate, as well as return to practice support to help experienced midwives and clinicians re-enter the workforce safely and confidently. Also understand that retention matters just as much as recruitment, particularly in districts facing ongoing workforce pressures. Supporting and retaining skilled staff is essential to maintaining safe services, continuity of care and good outcomes for mothers and babies. That is why I'm focused on backing the maternity workforce and ensuring they're supported to do their jobs well. The community sector will have an important part to play in the implementation of this bill. Primary maternity units run by both the public and community providers, including the private sector, will expand the range of inpatient postnatal care options available to mothers, including care that is closer to home. Mothers may remain in hospital where hospital-level care is required or transfer to a primary maternity unit once that level of care is no longer needed, depending on their preferences and clinical need. Having a broader range of options, both public and private, reduces pressure on hospital facilities while continuing to deliver safe and appropriate postnatal care to women and babies. Taken together, this work underpins the delivery of this bill and will support its long-term success. It reflects my commitment to ensuring women and their babies receive safe, timely and appropriate care when they need it. I want to acknowledge the midwives and other health professionals who care for women and babies every day. Their experience and advice has been central to shaping the approach set out in this bill. They understand better than anyone the importance of postnatal support and the need for careful, well-planned implementation. I thank them for their professionalism, dedication and ongoing commitment to high-quality care. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this bill delivers three important outcomes. It provides greater certainty for women and families about postnatal care. It supports choice at a critical moment in family life. And it strengthens our maternity system in a practical and responsible way. I commend this bill to the House.
Dr Aotearoa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the Minister for his remarks. It's good to hear a fulsome speech on a bill while the House is sitting in urgency. I want to take the opportunity to recount the background of the bill and some of the significant changes along the way. The Minister gave credit to Catherine Wedd, who initially held this bill as a member's bill, but I should also add it was originally introduced in 2022 by Honourable Louise Upston. It came to Select Committee last year, and I'd summarise the discussion about the bill at Select Committee as focused on two main implementation concerns. The first was the operational impacts of introducing an entitlement without consideration to implementation, and the second thing was the costs. And there's been positive developments since the Select Committee hearing on both of those fronts. To elaborate a little, firstly, the Ministry of Health advised the committee that to implement this entitlement would cost $100 million in CapEx to make sure that there were sufficient beds available for this, and then between 31 and 38 million a year in operational expenditure. And the Select Committee also heard that absent that type of investment, there could be challenges in implementation. So, for example, women taking up the right to this entitlement would occupy beds that might otherwise be occupied by others in greater need. It's very challenging decisions those managing those wards face, and wanting to balance those things would be quite challenging unless this extra capacity was created. So it's positive to see announcements in Budget 25 that do address some of these implementation initiatives. Appropriately then, this has been taken over as a government bill, and the announcements in Budget 25 and 26 included funding for these initiatives. And the Minister gave the assurance that this investment matches the investment needed to deliver these entitlements. It's worth breaking down what the Budget 26 entitlements investments were in that case. Firstly, contrary to the Ministry of Health's presentation at Select Committee, all of the funding for this is operational expenditure. So there's no CapEx related to this initiative. We look forward to seeing the amendment paper to understand whether capital expenditure is also expected as part of as part of the implementation plan. Otherwise, we have to conclude that the entire plan for building new beds would be to use outsourced beds. We're told from press statements that the entitlement will apply to new mothers only for the first 2 years, so that's the year starting from now and the year starting from July 27, and that's funded through $1.6 million of operational expenditure each year. So in health terms, a very modest contribution in the first 2 years. We had the opportunity to go into the scale of this contribution of this funding at estimates, and the Director General advised that the funding needed was limited because new mothers, those eligible in the first 2 years, already occupy beds for 2.5 days. I think that was the number she gave when her statement was corrected in the House by the Minister. 2.5 days is currently the average length of stay for new mothers. So there's a minimal need, we're told, to increase the funding in the first 2 years because the increase in entitlement on average will be slight. So the substantial implementation of this commitment is really going to follow well 18 months after the election. And it is a shame that opportunities to increase capacity in the maternity system weren't taken during this term of government so that the commitment could be implemented in a more fulsome way. That is to follow in year 3 and 4, so the year covered by budget 28 and 29. In those years, $13.3 million is appropriated and $17.9 million respectively. So returning to the Ministry of Health's estimates that they gave the modelling that they gave the Select Committee back when the Members' Bill was considered, that's half. So the assumption is half of women will take up this entitlement. Look, modelling is based on assumptions, so we understand that not every health entitlement is taken up by everyone, but it remains to be seen if this entitlement, half is a reasonable expectation or not. And one might ask, how meaningful is it to describe it as it has been, as a right, if it's only expected that half of people will take it up? Which takes me back to the stories that we heard from women and NGOs who work with women and clinicians who work with women in the Select Committee. We heard multiple stories about the wonder and happiness that a new birth, a new baby brings, the time that people really treasure and time of closeness to family. We also heard stories of birth trauma and injuries, postnatal depression, challenge with family finances, challenge with travel around birth, and the juggle of caring for other children and the partner's other work commitments. All of these pressures are on families, and they might well be reasons why families choose not to take up the full entitlement. I've seen many mums who are concerned about their other kid and their other children at home, and therefore would rather be at home knowing that everything was okay there, even though if they didn't have that commitment, they might well have taken up the opportunity to be in hospital longer. That was certainly how we felt after our daughter was born. We would rather be at home in an environment where we were comfortable and familiar with, not in the busy hospital ward where all my former colleagues kept pulling back the curtain and saying hello, and where I had a far too in-depth knowledge of the number of hospital infections that get transmitted there. We got on public transport, waved our snapper card, and went back to my mother-in-law's apartment in the city. And I'm excited that the almost 13-year-old who joined our family that day is going to wave her snapper card and come to Parliament to hang out with her mum during urgency later on this afternoon. So anyway, families have other priorities, and so it does make me think perhaps we should think broadly about the entitlements that we're looking to support mothers with, and the Minister actually did mention these, that support provided in the community is part of the, can be an important part of the equation. And maybe that is where our efforts for further expansion of care should go. My sister gave birth to my 2 nieces in the Netherlands, and they have a 7 to 10 day entitlement for post-birth visits in your home. So someone who'll come and do the dishes and make sure you get a chance to have a shower and check that you're okay, and also, you know, sometimes identify when families are facing particular challenges that need other social services to be involved. My sister's not like me. She's quite a private person, and I think she found having a Dutch lady come and visit her every day for 7 days a little bit more intervention from the government than she wanted. But it certainly would make a difference for many people. No, Ingrid Leary, it's not. So we're pleased to be able to vote for this bill today. We see it as positive that the government has taken on the funding challenges that were identified at Select Committee, and we take the Minister's assurance that the funding is in scale with the entitlement on face value, and we commend the bill to the House.
Lan Farm.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in acknowledging Honourable Louise Upston and Catherine Wedd in terms of the progression of this bill and the Minister speaking to it earlier. And I want to, I guess, start with acknowledging, like I'm sure lots of people in the chamber today, feeling very tired. But the levels of tiredness and new levels of exhaustion are absolutely front of mind for me when speaking to this bill, because they were something that I've never experienced before after the birth of particularly my first child, my son. I was so exhausted after maybe 20, 21 hours of birth that when he was put on my chest after giving birth, I literally could not even raise my arms to put them around him. And I think, you know, when I hear the comments about how critical and how vulnerable this time is for whānau and parents and families and babies, I absolutely have that front and centre. So I want to firstly do a massive shout out to the midwives, the carers, the hospital staff, the specialists, to anyone who has been in this system and had experiences both good and bad, and acknowledge how critical they are and how formational those times are to, you know, hopefully a healthy, functional life ahead. And I particularly want to shout out to my midwife who was present for the birth of my 2 children, Sheena Ross, in Christchurch, and the time that I spent in Christchurch Women's Hospital, and then was very lucky to be able to give birth at home for my second one. Now, yes, this is positive, and you know, ultimately, and I really appreciate that the Minister talked about the support for this bill being about the intent, you know, because there's no question there that intent is really good. The thing is, you know, there are so many aspects that come into it that mean that we need to make the intent real, and we need to make it tangible, we need to fund it, we need to ensure that this isn't just a rubber, you know, sort of stamp and a glossy outer window. We need families and whānau to be able to walk into these places at this critical time and experience true support. And I think what's been really clear in trying to understand and listen to the voices that have fed into this bill that we're so far away from that, and that we really need to make steps towards achieving that. So, yeah, the positive things about improving breastfeeding support and the potential to reduce neonatal readmissions is absolutely positive. That potential for the positive influence on maternal confidence and emotional well-being is absolutely vital. And, you know, as has been mentioned, the essential nature of the education and support that comes in that postnatal period is absolutely critical, particularly for first-time parents, when this is all new and different and they're really in that learning phase. But I think, Madam Speaker, what I really want to emphasise with this bill, which we absolutely will be supporting, is the voices of those who understand this and who know and who are signalling careful consideration of the bill's broader implications. I particularly want to note the joint statement that was put out by the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the New Zealand College of Midwives, and the National Council of Women, because, you know, they talked about the risks with this. They talked about the risk that the policy could actually shift this provision of postnatal care from a model based on clinical need to one driven by entitlement. And they talked about concerns about people being discharged before they're actually ready in order to accommodate those who might not actually need that support but are actually entitled to it. And within those comments, they made really clear the concerns about health system capacity. You know, we know, and it's well established, that the country has 330 midwife vacancies nationwide as at 2024. Now, I don't know what those more recent statistics are, but it is clear that this is a sector that is chronically underfunded and underpaid, and then we get caught up within that, the scrapping of pay equity, which means that is going to continue. So again, this is the call to really take this seriously, and because we know that where these shortages exist with midwives, this will simply be exacerbated with higher demand, and that's absolutely a concern. The other thing that has been raised by the people, the specialists in the know, is by the Paediatric Society of New Zealand, Te Kahui Mātai Aro Tamariki, or Aotearoa. And, you know, they talk about the potential benefits and join others in supporting those with this bill. But they recommend new investment and clear investment in staffing and infrastructure. You know, they talk about how these services must be properly resourced rather than relying on reallocations from existing services. They also talk about the importance of expanded lactation support when it comes to breastfeeding. These trained consultants are absolutely pivotal, and I remember and again want to acknowledge the amazing services that do exist, however stretched and however much they are managing to operate on such little resourcing. They also talk about the protection of neonatal care spaces, so that the fact that these increased postnatal bed occupancy should not come at the expense of vulnerable newborns needing specialist care. And I think that, you know, that is something that should be well understood. But the fact that even today in 2026 they're having to reiterate that and point it out just shows how vulnerable our system is and how we don't even, you know, we can't take those basic things for granted. They also talk about the need to strengthen primary birthing units and ensuring that, you know, not only do they have the midwives available, but the social work support necessary to actually care for babies and their whānau beyond the hospital settings. Finally, their plea is for that flexibility and that needs-based approach, because we know that people's experiences vary so greatly from that absolute joy and positivity to ones of real, severe, lasting trauma. And, you know, the needs need to cater to that, and the investment and the funding absolutely needs to cater to that. Madam Speaker, we know that the bill requires Health New Zealand to ensure that sufficient maternity facilities are available. But without additional investment, this necessity could just lead to the shifting of already strained resources rather than actual system improvement. So, Madam Speaker, I again want to commend the intention of this bill. I applaud the people in this space who are, you know, making it really clear what the government needs to do to make this real. My plea is just to actually back that up with funding and investment, listen to those voices, and ensure that new babies and whānau are truly at the centre of all of this.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Laura McClure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in support of this bill. Having had 2 children of my own, I know how incredibly special but also challenging that time can be, and particularly if you're a new mum and things don't go as planned. So I think this is a really great bill. I think that we should have the opportunity or option to be able to stay in hospital or postnatal care. There has been many stories within my friend circles and within my family where people have been rushed out of hospital within like a couple of hours and, you know, not ready for what comes next. And we want to make sure that we do take care of our new mums. And I think given that we're talking about being a new parent, we've had 3 new babies in the ACT office in the last month. Our Chief of Staff's had a new baby, so we want to congratulate him. We've also got the SPS from Karen Shaw's office, and Amelia and Jacob, senior researcher in my office, welcomed baby Jude Edwards Butson Gill. I wanted to get that right. So congratulations, the ACT Party welcomes these new additions. And I just want to say that I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Julie Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is absolutely a pleasure to stand and rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Pai Ora Healthy Futures 3-day postnatal stay amendment bill. Madam Speaker, the coalition agreement between New Zealand First and National was inked in November of 2023. And one of the commitments in that coalition agreement was to ensure proper funding for birthing units and maternity care, including providing for a 3-day stay for new mothers. So this bill absolutely fulfills the commitment in our coalition agreement with the National Party, and we thank them for that. I'd also like to acknowledge that Catherine Wedd, who inherited a members' bill from Louise Upston, and congratulate you also, was pushing on an open door to get her members' bill once it was drawn from the ballot. And what a thrill it must be to actually have a members' bill that you know is going to succeed. So well done to you, Catherine. Madam Speaker, the Select Committee, of which I'm a member, and I'd like to acknowledge all of the committee members. We had a great process, 123 submissions on this bill, 20 oral submissions. One of the things that came through during that select committee process was we were a little bit concerned with the language that was being used by the ministry. So the Honourable Casey Costello required the ministry to use sex-based language, no more of the pregnant people or the birthing parent language. So that was something which we felt was important during that part of the process. This is a great bill for new mums. Everyone who has had the opportunity, the pleasure, the pain and the suffering of being a brand new mum, because some of that comes during that period of time, will appreciate being told by their lead maternity carer, because it's really important that actually, as part of this bill, those LMCs notify mums that they are entitled to this longer period of stay, up to 72 hours, should they need it. Madam Speaker, just in conclusion, we're very thrilled to be part of a coalition that is delivering on our commitment, because at the core, this bill supports family-centred policies. It promotes fairness and access to healthcare, and it addresses some of those gaps in the maternity services that are provided. These values, they're central to New Zealand First, with our mission of putting families and communities first. I commend the bill.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Green Party is supporting this bill in its second reading, and I wanted to acknowledge that, like my colleague Lan Fan mentioned, that the intent of this bill is excellent. I think any bill that allows parents to have more time to access breastfeeding support, newborn checks, recovery care and education before returning home is really important. I particularly wanted to reflect on why I particularly think that from an equity point of view, that extension could be particularly beneficial for some of our low-income communities. Prior to becoming an MP, I used to work a lot with mums, particularly new mums, many who were living in the likes of emergency housing, many who did not have a safe, stable home to go back to, mums who were transient and often moving between addresses, even while pregnant. And I acknowledge that for many, that additional time to recover is critical if they are going back to an environment that is not yet stable and provides that financial stability. And so I think that additional day to literally recover, to be, just well before returning to those environments, it will make a difference. And I say this not just out of vibes or personal experience. I say this because even the government's own statistics shows that more children are growing up and being birthed to in households that just do not have enough to cover the basic essentials. This is what we call child material hardship rates. And so what we know is that new kids are currently being born into environments where the household just does not have enough. And this takes us back to my colleagues Lan Fan's comments and plea to the government to address issues in relationship to the resourcing that goes into staffing and making sure that we deliver this on a basis of need, and that we do more work to actually address those inequities that new parents are experiencing. Because ultimately, as my colleague noted, the worst case scenario we could see is that someone who actually has a high degree of need and is at risk of going back to a precarious material condition is not adequately served simply because we've created a system where someone who may not need this as much is entitled to. And I do think we should nonetheless work towards universalizing the support and making sure that everybody can get it when they need it, but that the funding needs to come alongside it. And I wanted to comment as well on the Minister's remarks in relationship to funding. I think too, like the Labour Party, we will take those at face value and in good faith, because I do want to believe that the government wants this policy to succeed, and we'll be keeping a close eye as to whether the commitments from the Minister in relationship to funding will be met. I also want to encourage parliamentary colleagues to perhaps put more emphasis on fighting, and this is not so much of the National Party members, but to put more emphasis on fighting for the funding that is required and the conditions to be met so that every parent can thrive, other than focusing on issues in relationship to language that ultimately, in my view, make no material difference to the people who this bill is supposed to serve. I think, the focus on that takes away from the feedback that submitters have rightfully given us, that there are concerns around funding, and I think that's what I would say that communities would expect us to be focusing on, because ultimately the language in relationship to whether we are inclusive of all genders or otherwise actually makes no difference to the staffing issues, the funding shortfalls, whether the beds are there or otherwise. But the Green Party will continue supporting this bill through its remaining stages. We will particularly be looking at exactly, for example, how the government will look at engaging the community sector for the procurement of beds. And I think more broadly, what we call on the government is to create the conditions so that every new parent has what they need to create a safe, thriving environment for their kids and for generations to come, because I think ultimately the intent of this bill will not be matched if we continue having parents that go back home to houses that are cold, damp, and without enough kai to put on the table, because ultimately, no matter how much education a parent may receive in that additional 24 hours, if they do not have the means to survive, they do not have then the resources to put in place whatever they may have learned in that additional time into practice. But again, commending Catherine Wett for continuing to fight for this bill, and other members who have brought this issue forward. Thank you.
Nancy Liu.
Madam Speaker, I'd always remember when I gave birth to my first daughter and fainted in the birthing room, and it was all the nurses and doctors who were there to protect me, to help me, and when I finally gained conscious, then to learn as a new mother that the amount of help and need we needed in the birthing unit and in the hospitals. So I absolutely commend this bill, and I commend the work of my colleague Catherine Wedd. And this is National Party's way to fixing the basics by providing the healthcare for our mums and babies and building the future for all New Zealanders. I commend the bill to the House.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been interesting to listen to all the speeches, because outside of two of the speeches so far, it's been mainly women speaking, and I think this is a testament to having women in Parliament. I doubt that a bill like this would have ever reached this level of parliamentary process had there not been women championing it. So I want to commend Catherine Wedd and also Louise Upston and all the people who have supported the bill and enabled it to get here. This is an example of why we do need women in Parliament, because we do have very particular issues, and for many years the birthing experience has not been taken as seriously as it should, indeed maternal health generally, and so hopefully this is the beginning of a lot of good stuff. I think the question for us the whole way through has been whether to support this bill is whether it can be safely delivered, whether the intent of the bill can be. And as Honourable Dr Aisha Verrill has said, there have been some developments since the introduction of the bill through the budget process that gives us more confidence, including the $34 million funding that would go to providing a boost to maternity services. That doesn't necessarily meet the CapEx requirements that we heard about through the Ministry of Health, which came to $100 million, which is essentially about beds. But we have also heard assurances from the sponsoring member, Catherine Wedd, that the capacity would be provided through public and private providers, so that may answer the question. And indeed, Honourable Dr Aisha Verrill said that based on all the maths and what has been detailed, it looks like it will mainly go to those outsourced, probably private providers. That raises a question for me about privatisation in the health service, because if we want to have universality and we want to have good maternal public services, in my view, the CapEx capital expenditure should be public as well. I'm not sure that relying on private providers is a way forward. Nevertheless, that is what is intended, and that would seem to resolve that CapEx issue in the short order. So when we looked at safety, the questions in my mind sitting on the committee were around funding of beds, which I've just talked about workforce development, and we've heard this morning that there may be an amendment paper coming that is going to require a legislative commitment to that, and I'll speak about that shortly, about how that might pertain to other facets of health law that we're looking at today in the House. I think I also was keen to see what would be happening around rural health support, as well as protection for high acuity births. Now, when it comes to rural health support, we've seen, for example, GP funding decisions made lately that on the face of it look good for many practices, but actually disadvantage some communities, like the community of Wanaka, where they'll take an effective 11% decrease in rural funding. And they already have very stretched maternity services. So my question is, how are places like that going to be able to support this mandated entitlement? And there is also the question of the protection of high acuity births, given that there will be some mothers who will need more care than the 3 days that are now enabled, and will they still get the levels of care and the length of stay in hospital that they need if there are other people who are sort of first cab off the rank with their entitlements, particularly the new mothers. I do think that it's really important for new mothers to have that 3 days. I share the sentiments of colleagues around the House who've talked about the fairly surreal experience of birthing, particularly the first birth experience, and I can say that in my situation, the people that were there, the wonderful people who supported, particularly the midwives, took on this kind of larger-than-life presence through the whole birthing experience. And when I went back to North Shore Hospital to thank them a few weeks later, I was amazed at how they had sort of reduced down to ordinary sized people. In fact, I was a bit taller than the midwife, the Irish woman who supported me through my birthing experience, but at the time they just took on this huge presence. They were such an important part of the birth experience, and I also want to add my voice to thank those people who work in this really beautiful and critical part of the health system. When we look at the community provision of the delivery, going back to safe delivery, the Ministry of Health has said in its advice to the committee that those services are patchy, and I think it's important that we do look at that, and that if there is going to be an amendment paper around workforce support, it would be great to see if it speaks also to the postcode lottery of birthing provision, because that is something that may not necessarily be addressed by something that simply addresses workforce development. I also am concerned about bed block, and we know, for example, that the hospital service loses between $8 and $12 million worth of beds a year, not at this end of health, but through seniors being unable to be released back into the community because they don't have the appropriate enduring powers of attorney or care provision for those whose care they might be going back into, and that is something that could be worked on to free beds up at that end. But bed block is essentially where somebody is taking a bed, Madam Speaker, and that might otherwise be available to someone with higher clinical need. We've heard about that previously in this debate. If we think about bed block in terms of maternity services, we've already got bed block around gynaecological services for women. We've got real workforce shortages in particular parts of New Zealand, including the West Coast, Northland, Tairāwhiti and Wairarapa. And then when you put into that picture the types of issues that can come up after a birthing experience, which might not be the textbook experience that we've spoken about in the House today. That includes things like infection, trauma, injury trauma, feeding issues, very fragile babies, and also mental health. And we cannot understate the significance of perinatal mental health and the importance of being able to provide for that. Now, certainly being able to stay in the hospital longer might be one solution. Equally, being able to get people back home into familiar surroundings might be the other solution. But all of those issues can create situations where mothers might need longer than the 3 days. And it would just be reassuring to know that there isn't going to be pressure on other women to release their beds, even though they have a 3-day entitlement, that there might be pressure on them to release their beds for the sake of women who are doing it really tough and are needing that extra level of care. We know that in 2029, the expected increase of the number of women who would use this entitlement will rise to 18,000. That's a significant number of women. And so if we don't have an equally significant uptick in the resourcing provided and the beds being available, not just relying on the community sector, but knowing where those beds are and whether they are available across the motu, not just in particular centres, is really important. What we don't want to see is women wanting the 3-day entitlement or feeling they need to take it and then finding that they have to have a birthing experience away from their own locale because they just simply cannot get that provision there. That would be another perverse incentive. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to talk about the two things. One is the Workforce Development Amendment paper, if that is indeed what is going to be presented to the House in the committee stage. I would welcome that. I also think there's an opportunity in another bill that we'll be discussing later on today, the Mental Health Bill, to equally put a legislative requirement for workforce development to be able to achieve some of the things that the bill has said that it is intending to achieve. And so if we can do it for this bill, and I'm hoping we will, then I'm really looking forward to seeing what transpires with the Mental Health Bill and the conversations I've had with the Mental Health Minister around that. Finally, looking at the wording of women, the New Zealand First member mentioned that the wording had been changed. Now that could be problematic. I note that in the original bill, the word mother is not defined. There are intersex people who can have babies and also families like my sister's family where you have two mothers, and if the birthing mother or birthing parent isn't defined, arguably in this bill the other mother would be entitled to all of those entitlements as a mother, so that could raise a problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Carlos Chung.
To acknowledge my colleague Kevin Webb for her hard work and continued advocacy on this service, because this is a very important service. The 3 days postnatal stay is about giving every new mom and baby the best possible start. Those few days are critical for recovery, bonding, and identifying any early health condition. One issue raised by the submitters was how this would be funded. I'm pleased to report to the House that Budget 2026 allocated $34 million over 4 years to support this service. This government is fixing the basic and building the future.
This is a split call, and the call is to Tracy McClellan.
Madam Speaker, see, I almost relented because of your connection with the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the chance to say a few brief words about this bill. And I'd like to start and echo the acknowledgements and the congratulations of the members who have shepherded this bill through. I try not to have magical thinking, and I try not to conflate luck with random occurrence, but I also have to acknowledge that Catherine Weird has been very successful in getting bills drawn from the tin, and I have no doubt that that success has contributed to the inevitable pathway that this bill has taken. Madam Speaker, Labor is supporting this bill because ultimately we support the principle behind the bill. We do think that new mothers and babies should be able to stay in hospital for longer should they need that support. And I know that there's a great deal of variance in the type of support that people opt for or that people are comfortable for, but I think, you know, the backstop to all of that should always be a universal health system that is prepared to support people when they genuinely need it the most, and should that be of their choosing. And no one should ever feel pressured, and we've heard lots of stories, both during the course of this debate and in our own lives, of people that have felt really, really discombobulated with the concept of being told that they can't have that support in a medical setting after they've given birth to their children. So we acknowledge that. We do note, and I do note, as my colleagues on this side of the House have introduced during this speech, that a right written into a law only means as much as the support and funding behind it, and the mechanisms by which to turn something on paper into actual delivery. I do also acknowledge, as my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Aisha Verrill said earlier, that there has been some additional funding, and because of the relatively sort of new information that has come through the process during the select process, that has made us feel a little bit more comfortable about this bill. I also note, however, there being, as part of that funding, a real lack of capital funding, and what that could mean ultimately, not just for the bigger questions in the health system in terms of universality and public health as public good, but I wouldn't like to see us over-reliant more and more on the private sector to provide this particular provision for women and babies. I also want to acknowledge, aside from funding issues, which we do have concerns about, the fact that the bill could potentially, and it is something we do need to be mindful of and keep an eye on, put already stretched maternity services under even more pressure. And I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the amazing midwives and the super amazing nurses and everybody that works in the health system, and in particularly in maternity services, for doing choosing to perform a role that traditionally has been under-regarded, under-resourced, and has faced decades and decades of always having to advocate for themselves to the nth degree to have their voices heard for the stellar work that they do. And as we've said, a change like this is not just about beds, it is also about making sure that those human resources that are the difference between a safe environment and an unsafe environment, and who carry huge risk for us, that they are well resourced and able to do the job to the best of their ability and to work to the top of their scope. The Ministry also, during the Select Committee process, warned that hospitals may have to make room for a legal entitlement by making different choices, and we have to be really vigilant that we monitor and make sure that the implementation of this bill is able to monitor that and make sure that some people aren't being deprioritised to make way for people who have a legal entitlement, because it would be a shame for this bill to be seen or to end up being simply a snapshot window dressing. We do want it to make sure that it results in a good outcome, and it's in line with Labor's previous work. It was Labor that changed ACC to make sure that we included birth injuries, and so we continue to support this bill.
Catherine Wedd.
I rise with great pleasure to support this 3-day stay bill, which of course started as my member's bill, and it's wonderful to see the progress in the House here today and see the cross-party support that we have for this really important issue, where we want to obviously give mums and families across New Zealand better postnatal care. And wonderful, of course, to hear a few birthing stories here today. It certainly humanises the House, because we all understand how special those first moments are after giving birth, and it's really important that you bond with baby. And of course, this bill enables mums and families to 3 days postnatal care. It's a legal entitlement. Obviously, I've advocated strongly for this, and it's wonderful to see that we are implementing it here today, and this is about strengthening maternity care across New Zealand. So I commend this bill to the House.
Helen White.
Madam Speaker. I
went into this committee just once, and it was on the bill that Catherine Wedd had put up. So the first thing I want to do is acknowledge Catherine's work and the work of Louise Upston in this area. And then I want to talk about my experience of coming to terms with the ask. My experience was that I actually worked as the lawyer for the midwives for quite some time. And so I was aware in the area of health, and it's not my speciality at all, but I was aware of the issues around maternity care and the crisis in the workforce there. And so my first thoughts when I looked at this bill were, you know, is it going to push other things out? And I thought about that really very seriously in the next few weeks. And I thought, I am picking up a kind of scarcity mentality that is actually quite a dangerous feature of politicians, where we're too worried about the consequences of what we're doing to do something that's essentially something we should be asking for as women. And then I thought about, you know, some of the real risks. So there are real risks here. For example, one of the risks I think that was mentioned when I was in the select committee was the issue about the discharge of others to allow people into the beds because they had an entitlement, so someone who might need it more. And that story was something that did resonate with me because my first child had been born and my doctor had wanted me out of the hospital very, very quickly, and it turned out that within hours my baby was in NICU, and then it was in SCBU and then NICU, which is like basically intensive care. And I had no experience of children at all, so I would not have picked up the symptoms, which were quite a serious pneumonia, if I had been at home. So I totally appreciate those pressures, but I also say to those sceptical of this particular bill, it's almost impossible to know what people's needs are in those early stages. And I wouldn't have known as a young new parent what I needed out of the system. So that kind of standardisation of 3 days of expectation of care and listening and help with things like breastfeeding, that's an incredibly important expectation for women. Often women don't ask. Actually, my experience of being a young mother is there's a lot of pressure that comes on from other people and generationally to tough it out, that you're not strong enough. There's a lot of judgment out there. And it's really important that there is a universal offering to people. I also think that's what the state's for. I think it's really important that the state says to young parents, we're going to look after you. This is an incredibly hard job, and we're going to look after you and see you through this process. So while I do think there's a risk that the money comes from other parts of the system, I think that that initial commitment to getting to know a young parent and getting to support them and being more attentive in that early time is really helpful. And I remind a lot of the grandparents listening that my mother, I think that there was almost a forcing to stay for 10 days at that point. That's what our system used to give us, 10 days. And my mother bucked against it like anything. It was also the kind of system where she was fighting very hard to have her husband in the theatre while she was giving birth, because there was a lot of dictatorialism in the system. And hopefully that's gone. We're not talking about forcing women to have this particular nurture in a way that we would have in the past. That's fantastic, but it's incredibly important we offer that kind of support. Now, one of the concerns I also had was that there would be, and I remember this happening actually to my brother and his partner, there was an offering of, if you go home early, will give you this, that and the next thing. I think it was a nappy service and various other things. I think we have to be really careful about those economic bribes out of the system, and I know it will be tempting to do it. So I wanted to put on the Hansard record my concern and my plea to people managing this particular expectation. Please think about the economic consequences of that. As a young parent, I would have probably wanted that the things that were being offered in that circumstance, because I had no money. I remember going home with my first baby, and it was this weird situation where we had no money in the bank. We had a child who was actually at that point still in intensive care, and we had no real income because at that point I didn't even have parental leave at that point at all. So we were down to really minimal money, and I wasn't considering myself at all on the breadline, but there was nothing there. And the irony was I opened my fridge and there was a giant fish in there that was a beautiful salmon, and my father-in-law, who wasn't really good at feelings, had translated all his love into this giant salmon. And I remember being very hungry because when you give birth, you get really hungry. And I'd been through the trauma of having my child go straight into intensive care, and I'd had to come home without him. And very few people in that system, despite absolute goodwill, had really looked after things like my need to eat. I remember in those first few hours, things went wrong and my needs went totally out the door. And quite frankly, I felt like a train had run over me. And then I was being asked to manage an incredibly difficult situation. So I can see the nods on the other side of this house, and I know lots of us have those stories, and it's really important that it bonds us all. A lot of people out in the real world, when I get to the door, ask for cross-party work. They ask for it over and over again. And sometimes that gets dismissed in here, when in fact 80% of what happens in here we should have in common. And so it's really nice to have this law come up where we can find that common ground in the universal need to care for people in that situation. And before I finish and go back to one thing, just to cheer everyone up, I wanted to talk about the value of parenting in our society. We have plummeting levels of parenting going on out there. And that is directly connected with how hard it is to be a parent these days. We can see that it has become very economically burdensome for people to have kids. The fact that you have to try and get a home when the amount that it costs to do so is outrageous in comparison to the amount that I had to pay for my first home. And I just told you that I went home with no money. So parents that are in that situation now, they are actually paying quite a high economic price. And we need to wrap round parenting and actually give it more weight than we do in our policy making. Now, I promised that I'd finish on a really high note, and this is a very personal one. Yesterday, my son Max, who's the child that I talked about right now, he turned 31, and he's in England. He's just been through Cambridge University, and I'm so proud of him. And I've got to say, I've been so wrapped up in here recently, we're in urgency, etc., that it is the first time in my life I almost forgot his birthday. And I was talking to someone saying, my son's 30, and I realised that actually it was his birthday here And in England, I just managed to scrape him before he knew I'd forgotten his birthday. Thank you.
Vanessa Wiening.
Take a call on the Healthy Futures three-day postnatal stay bill. 3 days may not sound like a long amount of time, but actually when you have a new child, making sure that you are settled into routines is very important, and not having to rush is a great step. When I was having my son, who's now 21, I decided to leave after 2 days, well, a day and a half actually, because there was no space for me. I hope that we can get this implemented and that everyone can do as they need. And that's
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the day. Madam Speaker, it's my son's birthday today.
Sorry, I didn't see you stand up, but I did get your first acknowledgement that you wanted the call. So I called the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And people have been sharing their birth stories, and I would like to acknowledge that my son was born in Greymouth Base Hospital 30 years ago today. He is my youngest, and I would like to start by saying happy birthday, Zach. But it is related to what we're talking about because he is my youngest. My oldest was born 18 months prior to Zach, but in Invercargill, and totally different stories and totally different things that happened to me at that time. Now, 30 years ago, and this is why I think, Madam Speaker, that this bill is like going back in time in a way, because 30 years ago we had 5 days as of right if we wanted to choose those 5 days to stay in hospital. And I think you might remember those days, Madam Speaker, that we did have the opportunity to choose 5 days to stay in hospital, and it was our choice. Now, when my oldest was born, things were sweet, everything went well. Within 72 hours, I went home and chose to go home. And I thought that that was what I was going to do when my youngest was born in Greymouth. I thought, I've got an 18 months at home, I need to go home. You know, I'd had a brilliant pregnancy and actually had a brilliant birth, so this is not about a traumatic birth story. But thank you, Dr. Duncan Webb. So I had an 18 months at home, and 12 hours after my youngest was born, my husband was diagnosed with a very rare form of cancer, and my world fell apart. And I thought I had to go straight home 12 hours after that birth. And I had an amazing midwife who said, "You're not going home. You have the right to choose 5 days. You need to take those 5 days because things are going to get tough for you. You've got a mother-in-law at home that's looking after everything. You need to get your head in order because your world has changed and it has fallen apart. You have a brand new baby, hormones are running, you have an 18-month-old, you're going to crumble if you go home." And I had that midwife make that fantastic decision for me because I had the right to be able to take the 5 days. And it was an amazing 5 days because I was able to bond with that new baby, and that was so important. If I had gone home to the trauma that was sitting in my house at home, that bonding wouldn't have happened the same. And so 30 years later, I have a wonderful young man who I'm so proud of, but was able to have that time without any pressure on me. Here we are 30 years later debating for the right for 3 days stay. You know, we lost something along the way. As women, we lost something along the way, and we're here in this parliament fighting for that back. And I know that that's what submitters told us during Select Committee. This is the right thing to do. This is the right thing for women. And Catherine Wedd, I totally commend you for taking up the bill from Louise Upston. And people are right, you have so much luck at getting bills drawn out of the biscuit tin. By the way, Mr Rutherford, I've had just as many bills drawn out of the biscuit tin, so, you know, we'll call that as an even. But this is such an important one, and I'm pleased that we've got cross-party support. Yes, there are implementation issues. We'll work through those. Both sides of the house, whoever is in government will work through those. This is good for women. This is something that gives us that choice back. It is something that I just feel is inherently right for us to do, knowing my own story, knowing what I lived through, but I'm not the only one. People have talked about their own stories. There are things that happen and go wrong in that process every single day. But women need to have the right to be able to make the choice to stay or have an amazing midwife who can help them make that choice so that they have that ability to bond with that beautiful baby. And then 30 years later, they'll be standing there telling the world how proud they are of that child. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend this to the House.
I remember the 10-day stays, actually. Happy birthday, Zach. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Paiora, Healthy Futures 3-day postnatal stay amendment bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Honourable Nicole McKee.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Nicole McKee.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill be now read a first time, and I nominate the Justice Select Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, too many New Zealanders are spending too long caught in the court system. For victims, delays mean waiting a year or more for a case to be resolved. For witnesses, it means uncertainty and repeated disruption. For defendants, it means cases hanging over their lives. For families, employers and communities, it means the justice system is not working as quickly as it should. Timely justice matters because justice delayed is justice denied. This government is focused on practical changes that make the courts work better. This bill is a practical reform that improves access to justice, reduces delays, and makes better use of the resources that we already have. This bill expands the role of community magistrates so that they can deal with more straightforward matters from start to finish. It will reduce unnecessary adjournments, free up district court judges to focus on more serious and complex cases, and improve the public's confidence that the justice system can deliver. Community magistrates are not new, Madam Speaker. The role was introduced in the late 1990s to increase judicial capacity to take pressure off the district court judges. They were intended to deal with lower-level criminal matters, represent the communities that they serve, and help the courts to operate more efficiently. Community magistrates generally sit part-time. They preside over certain lower-level matters in the district court's criminal jurisdiction. They are not required to hold a legal qualification, although many of them do. They bring practical experience, judgment, and community knowledge to the court system. But at the moment, they are not being used to their full potential. And too often, if a case reaches a point where a decision is needed outside of a community magistrate's jurisdiction, it has to be adjourned and transferred to a judge. That means another court event, another delay, another day off work, another round of uncertainty for victims and other court users. It also means some cases are never scheduled before a community magistrate in the first place, because everyone knows that they might have to be transferred again later on. That's not efficient, nor is it fair on court users, and it certainly is not the best use of judicial time and resource. And this bill, Madam Speaker, changes that. It will enable community magistrates to take guilty pleas for all cases except those tried in the High Court, and that means murder, manslaughter, to preside over trials and determine guilt for offences with a maximum penalty of a fine, community-based sentence or up to 3 months imprisonment, to order pre-sentencing reports for offences being referred to a district court judge for sentencing, to make a greater range of bail decisions where the defendant has pleaded guilty before a community magistrate, and make a greater range of administrative decisions, including transferring proceedings from one district court to another and hearing unopposed limited driver licence applications. Madam Speaker, these are sensible, practical changes. They do not ask community magistrates to replace judges. They allow community magistrates to do more of the work that they were created to do so that judges can spend more time on cases that genuinely require a judge. It is expected that these changes will free up a net 5.2 district court judge full-time equivalents. Put simply, this bill is effectively 5 judges for the price of none. This is good value for taxpayers, good for court timeliness, and good for victims who have waited too long for justice. The benefits will be felt across the justice system. When cases move faster, victims get answers sooner. Witnesses are not left waiting indefinitely. Defendants are not held in limbo longer than necessary. Remand pressure can reduce as cases progress more quickly. Judges can focus on the work only they are able to do. Mr. Speaker, expanding the role of community magistrates is sensible, but it must be done carefully. The public needs confidence that the cases will continue to be dealt with appropriately and consistently. This bill does not change the sentencing jurisdiction of community magistrates. Community magistrates will still not be able to impose imprisonment or home detention. Where a community magistrate considers that either of those sentences may be appropriate, the case must be transferred to a district court judge, and that is an important safeguard. The bill also supports stronger leadership and oversight of community magistrates. Judge Moses has recently been appointed as the first Chief Community Magistrate, recognising the growing importance of community magistrates in the court system and providing judicial oversight for the role. The bill will make it so that there must always be a judge in this role. Budget 2025 also provided funding for 3 additional community magistrates and extra training to support them in their work. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is practical, it is targeted, it is common sense, and it makes better use of the community magistrates. It frees up more than 5 full-time judges worth of capacity. It helps cases to move faster, it supports victims, it reduces pressure on the district court, and it does all of that while maintaining appropriate safeguards. So I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to be able to take a call on this bill, Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, this is something which addresses an issue that is a fundamental pillar of the justice system, and that is the premise that justice delayed is justice denied. So if no matter what the system we put in place is, if people are unable to utilise, especially in criminal law, the systems that we have due to the fact that we don't have the resourcing, then that will result in delays. And we know that there are lots of issues with delays, many different issues for the people who have been charged in terms of the pause that's on their life until an issue is resolved, and that might have implications on employment, issues for victims in terms of wanting to get justice and understanding what will happen after after a crime has been, or alleged crime has been committed. And also we have practical concerns around evidential basis of many of our criminal cases is based on people being able to recall what happened. And of course, with the passage of time, no matter with the best will in the world and how traumatic that is, that does dissipate over a period of time. And so we're pleased to be able to support this bill to Select Committee. We generally, we'll listen to what is said in Select Committee, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to hear from magistrates and judges. I know that that is probably not something that they usually do, but this is specifically in relation to the work that they do, and also the criminal bar, because they will have to be liaising with them as well. But generally, I think the premise of it, and thanks to the Minister for bringing a practical change to help delays in the system, I'm sure that hopefully we can find a way to implement this in a way that doesn't affect due process. And I'm sure there will be issues that will be raised around due process. Magistrates, as I understand, in New Zealand law are not required to be lawyers. They're not required to be legally trained, although many are legally trained. Many are former lawyers as well. And I understand we've got around 20 in New Zealand at the moment. So this change is really just to let them be able to hear a wider range of cases. I was just discussing with my colleague around how that works and the difficulty that often occurs when you're deciding who is able to determine a case, because we heard from the Minister that the community magistrates will be able to hear any cases that have as a maximum penalty 3 months in prison, but they would not be able to themselves sentence for imprisonment. So there will be a bit of a tricky way of making sure that process is smooth. So, for example, if a community magistrate was hearing a case and did determine that possibly a sentence of imprisonment or home detention was appropriate, then they would have to allow a district court judge to sentence in their place. And so that would be, possibly two sentencing or two appearances in court or in front of a community magistrate, whereas perhaps under the previous system there would have been only one. However, I suppose the likelihood and the way that this particular bill would work would be the fact that many cases are determined that don't result in a home detention sentence or imprisonment. So assuming that continues, there would likely be hopefully a slightly sped up process in the district court. It was interesting reading the regulatory impact statement on this to see that actually numbers of cases in the district court have actually fallen, but the number of appearances, so kind of procedural appearances, so the work of the district court judges has actually increased. And so I suppose that this is something that will look to address that. There will be issues around, and there is issues raised around trust and confidence in the process. I think that will have to be something that we'll need to work through and assess, and I do think this is something that should probably be reviewed after a period of time once it's been in place to see if it's effective and working. And I also think there is an important role for the very busy Justice Select Committee, and it obviously is the appropriate committee for the Minister to send it to, but we do have a lot of bills, so I know that the Justice Committee will do its due diligence on making sure that this is a good bill, and I commend it to the House.
Dr. Lorenzina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa to support the Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill to Select Committee. I want to first also want to acknowledge the Honourable Nicole McKee as well for allowing us the opportunity to have a conversation on this particular bill as well. Now, I think across the House, this is something that we agree that when it comes to access to justice, the idea of court timeliness is an important one, and we have seen a number of those bills coming through the House that the Green Party has supported on, including the High Court changes, including the Judicature Timeliness Amendment Bill, and also the Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill. I think there are a couple of interesting things to touch on in this case, and I think that both the previous two speakers has covered a number of them, but just to sort of highlight some of the key areas, we do see that community magistrates can fulfill an important function in our legal system when it comes to the ability to undertake more case reviews, the ability to hear more bail cases, and basically alleviate some of the burdens we see on the district court judges and the district court in general. The previous speaker, Camilla Bellich, has already mentioned that it's interesting in the regulatory impact statement to see that although the number of cases in the district court has fallen, I believe, by about 15%. Over the last 6 years, but there's still significant delays that impede access to justice for complainants and defendants. And we're hoping that this is something that potentially could move in a direction that allows there to be more timely access to justice. However, of course, for us in the House, this is where, although we have this understanding of the principle of comity, that both the legislature, the executive, and the legislature and judiciary in particular, in this case, are independent and should be operating independently, their expertise on this area and ability for us as a House to hear, as a select committee to hear from experts is an important one. So we do encourage people from, in that case, from the judiciary or those who are involved within the community magistrate system to actually submit as a part of, to the best of their ability, or legal experts who are involved in that to submit during the select committee process, so that way we're able to hear sort of a balanced view of how this works in practice. Again, very few of us in the House have had that level of in-depth experience in the judiciary. The other couple of things I want to touch on, Mr. Speaker, with regard to this bill is when we are looking at this, and I think the previous speaker, Camilla Bellich, has already mentioned that community magistrate doesn't necessarily have to be trained lawyers or have that kind of legal background, although it is preferred, and many of them do. But also, I think another important angle when we're looking at from a select committee perspective that we should keep in mind is the fact that across all levels of our criminal justice systems, we do see an overrepresentation of Māori, we do see an overrepresentation of Pacifica, and this is something that the Ministry of Justice, through a number of hearings, whether it's Estimates Week or Annual Review Week or Long-Term Insights Briefing, etc., is one of the key focus for both the Ministry of Justice but also for the Justice Select Committee. So I think this is an important moment when we're looking at the broader landscape of the judiciary, which includes community magistrates, is as we're seeing some of these cases manifest, what it then, with the expanded scope of power comes with the expanded scope of responsibility. And with that, what then is the requirement or considerations around cultural competency and culturally appropriate advice or judgments or consideration of cases, whether it's bail, whether it's criminal, whether it's others, before the community magistrates. I think this is something that we would like to hear more about during the select committee process, and particularly from officials on how that side is going to work and what are some of their resources and considerations has already been given. So with that, Mr. Speaker, the Green Party does support this bill, and we look forward to considering it in the Justice Select Committee.
Tom Rutherford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Great to see some universal support coming from across the House on what is really a very simple and fixing an anomaly around community magistrates being underutilised in our justice system, and expanding the powers they have so they can hear more cases in the district court end to end, which is ultimately going to free up district court judges to progress more complex trial work. So I commend it to the House. Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you. I rise on behalf of New Zealand. I'm first to support the Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill. As we know, community magistrates were created in the late 1990s, but they remained underutilised. New Zealand First has always campaigned on getting tough on crime and fixing the flaws in our justice system. I look forward to the Select Committee, the submissions on this bill. I commend it to the House.
Tim Costley.
Mr Speaker, fixing the basics and building the future. Law and order is so important that we take it seriously, but move these cases through the court. I commend it to the House.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. I do think it's worth spending a little more time reflecting on what this bill does. And as you've heard, we do support this bill, but there will be some important points to consider at Select Committee. Community magistrates are not legally qualified. When they were at their inception, they were instituted as a model of essentially community-based justice. That is to say, people who knew the community, were part of the community, making decisions about minor offending within that community. And you know, I endorse that view. But we do need to be cautious, so we're supporting this with some caution about expanding the jurisdiction of magistrates to more serious offending. And I will be interested to interrogate exactly what kind of decisions the magistrates can make in respect of what kind of offending, because justice delayed is justice denied. But an outcome which is unjust is also problematic. And so whilst we can train, I'm not, you know, lawyers aren't the be-all and end-all of the justice system, don't get me wrong there. But we can train up non-lawyers to have some legal capacity, and we see that in the disputes tribunal, although in fact most of them are lawyers. And in fact, if you look at community magistrates, the fact of the matter is, and I'd be interested in the statistics on this, many of those are lawyers as well who are doing this essentially as a side gig or a retirement gig or something along those lines. Now, I do think that in terms of community magistrates directing traffic, I think that is a good idea. That is to say, doing case management, preparing things for trial and addressing some bail hearings. That is a good thing. I think the regulatory impact statement's a little ambitious, or it perhaps overestimates the impact of this. For example, it suggests on page 21 that there will be fewer people on remand in prison as a result of this. I find that highly unlikely given the jurisdiction of the community magistrates. The material, the cases that go to community magistrates are by definition low-level offending where imprisonment is almost, is very, very unlikely indeed. So it's unlikely that by speeding up these cases in particular, you're going to be taking people off remand. They'll certainly be on bail and therefore, under the supervision of corrections in a sense, but and police. But in fact, the remand is unlikely to really have much of an impact. In terms of if you like the professionalisation of community magistrates, I think that's a good thing. There's the suggestion or the intention that there be a chief magistrate by law and that person be a district court judge. So that's a very senior lawyer. And the good thing about having a chief of a bench in that sense is that they can give direction and have a certain degree of mana. And so when people aren't getting things quite right, they can have that chat and say, well, look, that's not how we deal with people, or that's not an appropriate process, and that's actually a really good thing. And the head of bench, chief community magistrate, will be networked with other heads, so they'll be no doubt in touch with the head of the district court and other judicial officers. So it's actually about creating a structure that builds capacity. So community magistrates, they are a good thing, and I guess the expansion of them, we've got to be careful that we're not doing this simply because it's cheap, but at the same time I'm aware that community magistrates are remunerated on a very modest scale. It's certainly not what, anywhere near what a judge is paid. It's a bit more than an honorarium. I think it's around $450 a day, but I'd be educated on that. And you see that that's not a huge amount for that kind of work. But a good initiative that we'll support and give it a good working over. Yet again, another piece of legislation going to the Justice Select Committee.
Community magistrates already exist. The bill expands their jurisdiction to facilitate access to justice, and not just for the expanded jurisdiction, but also for district court judges. I commend this bill to the House.
Dan Resmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and take a call on the Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill at its first reading. And I'd actually, we have two special guests in the House there. We have Andrew Bailey. He's actually recently departed as Chair of the Justice Committee, so I'd like to acknowledge his service. And then we have the new Chair of the Justice Committee, Tom Rutherford. He was actually appointed yesterday and he's off to a good start. So it's good timing that they're both there this morning. But, Mr. Speaker, Labor will be supporting this bill at its first reading. It's a practical bill aimed at helping the district court work more efficiently. The government's own explanation is straightforward. Criminal cases are taking too long to move through the courts. Community magistrates are not being used at their full potential right now, and this legislation is designed to make better use of an existing part of the justice system. I think most members of this House would agree that delays in the justice system help nobody. They do not help victims waiting for a case to be resolved. They don't help defendants whose lives are effectively on hold while matters work their way through the courts, and they don't help public confidence in the justice system. And if we can safely reduce unnecessary delays and unnecessary court appearances, then that is something Parliament should be willing to consider. Community magistrates have been part of our court system for many years. They were established to provide additional judicial capacity to allow district court judges to focus on their time on the more serious and more complex cases. Yet the legislative statement makes clear that restrictions on their jurisdiction mean that they are often underused. Cases can end up being passed back and forth between community magistrate and a judge, creating extra hearings and additional delay. One example is where somebody wishes to plead guilty. At present, a community magistrate may have to refer the matter to a judge before that guilty plea can be formally dealt with. The bill allows community magistrates to take guilty pleas for Category 1, 2 and 3 offences, order pre-sentence reports when needed, and make limited post-guilt bail decisions before the case goes to a judge for sentencing. The intention is to remove unnecessary steps and avoid multiple court appearances where one would do. The bill also expands the ability of community magistrates to manage and hear lower level criminal cases. In particular, it allows them to hear those minor offences as mentioned, and we see merit in that approach. Importantly, this is not a proposal to give community magistrates more power and to send more people to prison. The legislation specifically leaves imprisonment and home detention decisions with district court judges. Where a community magistrate considers that a sentence of imprisonment or home detention may be appropriate, the matter must still go before a judge. The bill also includes some fairly practical changes. It will allow community magistrates to deal with certain unopposed limited licence applications and to transfer proceedings between court locations where all parties agree and jury trials have not been elected. These may not be headline-grabbing changes, but they reduce paperwork, reduce court events and save judicial time, and so they're absolutely worth considering through the Select Committee process. Another feature Labor welcomes is the requirement for a district court judge to be appointed as a principal community magistrate. If community magistrates are being entrusted with additional responsibility, then judicial leadership and oversight become even more important. And the bill recognises that and provides a framework for it. Now, supporting this bill at first reading does not mean giving it a free pass. The justice system is one of the most important institutions in our democracy, and changes to our judicial powers and court processes should always be tested carefully, and Labor expects the Select Committee process to examine whether the right safeguards are in place. So on that note, Mr Speaker, it's an important bill, and look forward to it going through the Select Committee, and I commend it to the House.
Dr Havish-Campbell.
Excellent, thank you. It's a great honour to rise in support of the Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill. This bill will support timely access to justice in the District Court, so therefore I commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Community Magistrates Legislation Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day number 12.
Environmental Reporting Amendment Bill, first reading.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Environment Reporting Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Environment Reporting Amendment Bill be now read a first time, and I nominate the Environment Committee to consider the bill. Mr Speaker, New Zealand is undertaking significant transformations regarding how we protect, conserve and restore our natural environment, how we sustainably use our resources and how we mitigate and adapt to climate change. However, to understand the impacts that our activities have on the environment and to respond accordingly, we need a comprehensive, reliable, consistent data and information base. In 2015, Mr Speaker, the Environmental Reporting Act was enacted to do exactly that, to establish a trusted, reliable and independent environmental reporting regime. Since then, we have completed 4 cycles of environmental reports. The Act has made significant improvements to the previously ad hoc way New Zealand reported on the environment. However, we need to extend its functionality and flexibility so that trustworthy data and information is at the heart of decision making. In 2019, Mr Speaker, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment released a report raising concerns about gaps and inconsistencies in environmental data. The Commissioner noted a reliance on passively harvested data and information collected under other pieces of legislation and a lack of a coordinated environmental monitoring and reporting system. The high frequency of report production placed the Ministry for the Environment and Stats NZ on a never-ending treadmill of report making. These often recycle old, patchy and inconsistent data collected using a myriad of disparate monitoring practices. We have a significant opportunity now to address the Parliamentary Commissioner's concerns, and so in this piece of legislation a number of changes are being put forward. The Environmental Reporting Amendment Bill before the House represents a commitment by Government to quality environmental data and information. The bill will refocus reporting content and timeframes, aligns roles and responsibilities, and a more active collection of environmental data and knowledge. The bill ensures improvements to environmental reporting are safeguarded for the future. These include making data available to the public and decision makers when it is ready, rather than when a report is merely published. It also means expanding the reporting and setting up an interim strategic and evidence panel. Mr Speaker, the bill will require the Secretary for the Environment to publish a State of the Environment report every 6 years, independent from political interference. And this will achieve a more appropriate balance between reporting timeliness and the rates of change in our environment. The bill stipulates that the first State of the Environment report must be published in 2031. The pressure state impact framework embedded into the Environment Reporting Act has been expanded to include drivers and outlooks. Drivers describe the long-term social, demographic, economic and environmental factors that cause pressure on the environment. Outlooks describe how the environment may change in the future based on projections and trends. Their ongoing inclusion will render a more complete picture and bring New Zealand more in line with international best practice. The reports must continue to describe changes to the state of the environment over time and how it measures against national and international standards. In addition, they can now report on progress towards government priorities and limits, goals and policy outcomes set in other legislation. And this could include, for example, reporting on limits as proposed in the Natural Environment Bill and any measures set as part of the climate adaptation system, including managing the risk from natural hazards. Between the 6 yearly State of the Environment reports, a commentary report must be published at least once every 12 months. One of the foundational objectives of the bill is to ensure reporting flexibility. Commentaries report on an issue or topic that sits across one or more of the 5 environmental domains. The 5 domains of air, land, freshwater, marine and atmosphere and climate will remain. All must be reported on at least once in the commentary reports between the State of the Environment reports. However, the amendments recognise that commentary reports may cut across different domains. This change allows for more flexible reporting, which better addresses the urgent needs we face. Mr. Speaker, the bill introduces a new requirement for the Secretary for the Environment. In consultation with the government statistician, the Secretary will produce a priorities report within 6 months of every State of the Environment report. The report will discuss environmental data, monitoring and research. It will also list recommended indicators and priority areas for improving data and evidence. Several technical advisory groups have provided expert advice on the preparation of synthesis and domain reports over the years. This bill will, however, amend the Environmental Reporting Act to require the Secretary for the Environment, in consultation with the Minister for the Environment, to appoint a strategic evidence panel. The panel will provide independent advice to the Secretary for the Environment on matters related to environmental data, monitoring and reporting. The bill also, Mr. Speaker, clarifies the roles of the Secretary for the Environment and the government statistician. The bill proposes clear roles and also stipulates where consultation between the 2 organisations is required, such as setting environmental indicators or producing data and evidence priority reports. Finally, to bring together all the proposals and drive a cohesive, robust and fit-for-purpose reporting system, the purpose statement has been extended. The current purpose statement simply stipulates that the purpose of the Act is to produce national environmental reports, and this, Mr. Speaker, has been clarified to align with the underlying policy to inform New Zealanders on the state of the environment and to support evidence-based decisions. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill responds directly to a review of New Zealand's national reporting regime. It improves efficiency of our reporting regime, making useful improvements to the frequency of reports, and does so without compromising their timeliness, impact or independence. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, I commend the Environmental Reporting Amendment Bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on the Environmental Reporting Amendment Bill. And I thank the Minister for that fulsome speech and describing what some of the differences are between the bill and the Act that it's amending. And I do note that both of them are quite little acts, and well, a little act and a little bill. And that is right. The chair of the Environment Select Committee is noting that it's quite different from the planning bill and the natural environment bill that the Environment Select Committee is currently looking at. But that does not diminish their importance at all, Mr. Speaker. It is, of course, very important that all of that other stuff is based on good evidence and good data, and we've heard from across parliaments the importance of that data and that we're not doing it quite right. So the Honourable James Shaw, in I think his capacity as an Associate Environment Minister, was working on amendments to the Environmental Reporting Act when he was the Minister, and we see in the Departmental Disclosure Statement a reference to consultation that happened in February and March 2022, which of course was in the last term of government. Subsequent to that, obviously the government changed, and I have been asking the previous Minister for the Environment what had happened to that work, because it seemed to be bipartisan type work that surely this government could have been getting on with, and the response was always that something was happening. So it is, though we're now in 2026, good to see the something. Of course, it would be useful to know the differences between that work that James Shaw was consulting on, Honourable James Shaw was consulting on in 2022, and then what happened with the targeted engagement that happened in 2024. So this Departmental Disclosure Statement says that following the revision of the amendments by the current government, the Ministry undertook targeted engagement with the Regional Sector Advisory Group in 2024. Feedback received was supportive of the proposed amendments, and in February 2025, the Ministry undertook departmental consultation on these amendments, including separate engagement with the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. Very important that the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment is involved, because he has, Right Honourable Seymour Luxon, has been saying to anybody who will listen for some time about the importance of data and that we need to make significant changes on what we do and also how we account for this and the scrutiny that we do in Parliament. He's also done a number of spoken a lot and is doing reports on or written letters about the need for a federation of information as well. So, what does this bill do, and how is it different to the current Act that it is mending? So we know that these reports, the requirement for the State of the Environment reporting is reduced, the frequency of that. But we also know, as the Minister has just said, that data will be available when it's ready, and that can be very useful for the reasons that the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment is concerned in. There's also, as the Minister noted, this change in purpose, which I think is important because it does include to inform New Zealanders about the state of the environment and support evidence-based decisions that lead to effective and enduring environmental stewardship. That seems like a good purpose to me. And there's this new panel as well. So we see that in Part 2, that at Clause 14, there is a strategic evidence panel established, and that is to provide advice on a particular matter if requested by the Secretary, or they may just provide advice to the Secretary on their own resolution. Quite a group of at least 7, but no more than 9, with a 3-year term appointed by the Minister. So just as I wrap up, Labour is supporting this bill to go to Select Committee. Of course, we are interested, and government members might like to inform the House on the differences between what happened in that 2022 consultation to the 2025 consultation, and I look forward to hearing thoughtful submissions on this important but small piece of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning at breakfast time, my daughter was reading a book that she got from the school library about baby turtles. And simultaneously, my phone was showing me a headline about green sea turtles, and it was recalling a story about a green sea turtle that was found on a beach in Sydney that was sick, and it was taken in by a rescue centre at a zoo. and that baby green sea turtle pooed plastic for 6 days. And what that made me wonder was whether my daughter would experience green sea turtles when she gets to my age, because I recalled being the privilege of being on Rangitahua, Rao Island in the Kermadec and seeing green sea turtles around there, and they are around New Zealand, but it made me wonder whether they'll continue to be. And why I wanted to start this contribution, Mr. Speaker, with that is because it is so important, and it was so great hearing the Minister's comments just before, that we know and understand what is happening with our natural environment. But most importantly, he talked about how we respond accordingly. And the reason that the Green Party will not be supporting this bill today is because we need to know and understand and respond accordingly to the stats, the figures, the information that is in front of us. And to illustrate my point about that, because I can hear government members saying, why? Why? The reason is because our latest domain report, which is the exact reports that are dictated and mandated under this Act, was our Freshwater Report 2026. And that told us that between 2020 and 2024, 44% of New Zealand's total river length was not safe for swimming. It told us that more than half of our rivers are polluted. It told us most of our lakes are in poor health, and that groundwater in many areas is increasingly unsafe to drink. It also told us that the area of land used for dairy farming almost tripled between 2002 and 2022. And the associated increase in cows across the country increased 71% nationally between 1990 and 2023, from 3.4 million to 5.9 million. The modelling tells us that the long-term decline of that, when it comes to river and freshwater quality since 1990, were closely associated with how much farming and forestry, but particularly the intensity of farming there was upstream. Now, what is really concerning about this is what we were told in 2026. If we agree with this bill and we put this bill through, the next reporting would not be till 2032. And the reason why the Green Party cannot support this is because even despite the fact that James Shaw, our previous co-leader, was part of the development early on, the landscape has changed so much. We cannot afford, as New Zealanders, to not be reminded of this stuff. Because if we're not reminded in these domain reports, how many of us are going to notice the absence of green sea turtles when we're out in the ocean, when they're already so rare to see? We are not up for that. What we are up for is actual protection, actual response, where we turn this tide in environmental decline. Because with this government, the brakes are off, we're in a race to the bottom, and New Zealanders deserve and expect so much better. We can do so much better. The government should know this. We want to see them respond. We want to see them act. The information is right in front of them. Just use it. Thank you.
Simon Court.
Firstly, I have to disabuse the member, the environmental catastrophist Lan Farm, about the fate of the sea turtles. DOC, on their own website, says the status of this species is least concerned. DOC are the least concerned they could possibly be about it. They also say that green sea turtle sightings have increased around Northland, and that if seas actually warm due to climate change, these sea turtles that don't breed in New Zealand might actually decide to breed in New Zealand. There could be a net benefit from climate change that New Zealand could become a breeding colony for these sea turtles. But let's get back to the bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a fantastic bill, streamlines environmental reporting and actually increases the time between reports so that more information can be developed. It's actually useful. There's no point in having a 3-yearly hop-in, stop-in on environmental conditions. We do need to let good policy and good environmental controls take effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jamie Arbuckle.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Environmental Reporting Amendment Bill. This bill was consistent with the New Zealand First manifesto commitment to support an evidence-based approach to complex environmental issues. We are also proud to see the establishment of the Strategic Evidence Panel, which will provide an independent expert advice needed to safeguard our reporting programs. On that, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Catherine Webb.
Because in order to protect and enhance our environment, we need good data to do that. We need good reporting, and it's really disappointing to hear that the Green Party is not supporting this bill, because to enhance the environment we need good data, so I commend this bill to the House.
Georgie Dancy.
Te manga te whare. I'm rising on behalf of the Labour Party to speak to this bill. Look, the Labour Party supports good reporting. We support good reporting across the board because reporting informs everything that we can do and what we can achieve in legislation in Parliament. So we support this bill with caution. Caution because of what this government has done in regards to the environment over this term. Over the last 2.5 years, we've seen this government deprioritise the environment. So in a way, I'm proud of this government for finally doing something that could help the environment after a long list, 2.5 years of deprioritising it. Look, Labour's supportive of the aims of the bill in regards to reporting, because we know there are data and reporting gaps in the legislation, and we're interested to see how this goes in select committee and getting into the detail about what this reporting will look like and how it is going to be effective in caring for our environment. And we will look carefully at this bill through the select committee process. And I don't sit on the select committee, but I know that my colleagues will do a good job of that. I think one of the aspects of this is the importance of robust and credible environmental data and research, which is the intent of the Environmental Reporting Act 2015. The 10 years since that act was enacted, feedback has been that we need more efficiency and more flexibility within the Act. So I look forward to the robust discussions throughout Select Committee in that space. I wanted to talk a little bit around something I read in the departmental disclosure statement regarding the RIS. So there was a regulatory impact statement provided for this bill, which is great, but some of the notes in the departmental disclosure statement that I'd just like to refer to was that the Ministry for Regulation did not provide an independent opinion on the RIS, but there was feedback from the Ministry for the Environment. Regulatory Impact Analysis Panel has reviewed it, which is good. But there was a part there that I found interesting in regards to the way that the RIS, and when I first came to Parliament and heard RIS, I thought it was R-I-Z, and I always wondered what the Z stood for. But it's actually S, so it should be pronounced RIS. But I think RIS sounds much better. Yeah. So we'll go with RIS. So this is the point from the departmental disclosure statement that I wanted to mention. While the RIS is generally clear and concise, it would benefit from additional evidence in the options analysis and cost-benefit analysis under each proposal. The RIS could have gained more from a broader public consultation and robust foundation. It could provide a robust foundation for decision making and enhance the overall effectiveness of the statement. So the point there is that our RIS doesn't quite meet the standard that I would expect. And since coming to Parliament, I've learnt how important it is to read the RIS, understand the RIS, to come and speak in the House on it. It's such an important document, and it's a shame that over the past little while under this government and under the Ministry of Regulation, the RISs haven't been up to scratch, and I think this speaks to it. We had a briefing from the officials from the Ministry of Regulation who talked to us about the new RAS and CAS that we're getting. So the regulatory analysis summary, which is going to replace the RIS. And the point I want to make here is just that, the CAS is the consistency accountability statement. The RAS and the CAS. The RAS is going to replace the RIS, and I hope that that means we have a more robust process in ensuring we get the information that we need to consider bills in the broader context. Thank you.
Speaker. Well, if you're going to make good environmental decisions, you need good data. This bill will help deliver it. And it was ironic that it's been developed in part by James Shaw in the past, and to have the current Green Party think that it's not relevant to have good data says it all. They have really disappeared into a deep, dark hole. They don't care about the environment, and therefore they don't deserve to be called a Green Party. I commend this bill.
The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, this bill has indeed had a very long gestation. Looking through the regulatory impact statement, we see that part of what kicked it off was way back in 2019, a report from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment saying that we actually did need better environmental reporting in this country. We have a great deal of respect for the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment on all sides of the House, I think. Especially for the current Commissioner, appointed by Labour, and the appointment continued by National. He's a former National Party MP, and I think a man of great intellect and insight, and is doing a good job for us. And then in 2022, James Shaw, Honourable James Shaw, someone for whom I have a great deal of respect, also kicked off the policy process on this to work us towards getting better environmental reporting. Having had this very long gestation, it does seem odd that we now have to introduce it into the House in the closing months of this Parliament under urgency. It does seem a shame that the former Minister for the Environment couldn't have gotten it into the House sooner. We'd have liked to have had the opportunity to examine it in this Parliament and get the whole legislation sorted out for the next Parliament. However, that's the way things go sometimes. I want to talk about a number of things with respect to this bill. I just want to direct the members' attention to the purpose statement, which is being amended. And it says it's to inform New Zealanders about the state of the environment, and to support evidence-based decisions that lead to effective and enduring environmental stewardship. It does raise quite an interesting issue, and that's the issue of whether having better information actually does lead to better action. And it's a long discussed point. You know, the ancient philosophers thought that a person who knew the good thing would do the good thing, but David Hume quite correctly pointed out that you need actually motivation, not just the information. And I think that's where we're seeing a little bit of a gap in the debate on the different sides of the House. We know that good information is great to have, it's great to improve the quality of information, but then people actually need to act on it, and that's a different matter. So while we applaud this attempt to, this process of improving the information we're getting. The real test that we hold the government to is what action they take based on it. In terms of whether or not this is going to be better information, going back to the regulatory impact statement and the history of this bill and that 2019 report from PCE, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment did recommend some changes. The improvements included getting this, and some of the improvements have been undertaken anyway in a non-legislative process, which included focusing the broad purpose of environmental reporting, including incorporating drivers and outlooks into the reporting framework. There was a science advisory panel established to help with the formation of these environmental reports. And further clarifying the roles was built in via policy processes within the Ministry of the Environment and so on, rather than doing it as a matter of legislation. And the risk is that if it's just, I shouldn't say just done, but done within a government department without legislative authority, then it doesn't carry on. It can be changed subsequently. I was particularly interested in the science panel because looking at this report, the legislation, one of the things the legislation does is it does establish a strategic evidence panel. And that the purpose of that panel is to provide independent advice to the Secretary of the Environment on environmental data monitoring and reporting. And the members of that panel need to hold relevant expertise on matters related to environmental data monitoring and reporting. I'd like to see the committee examine that a little. In particular, I want to see science expertise on that panel. I'm looking to see if there's a way that we can put that into the legislation rather than just leaving it up to the Secretary for the Environment. So something for the Select Committee to look at, and I'll be interested to work on that committee if possible.
David McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Decision-making, or the quality of decision-making, is dictated by the information that it receives. This very small bill makes amendments to the Environmental Reporting Act of 2015. It does exactly that by improving the data, improving the information that is received by decision-makings, and that's a good outcome. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe. Mr. Speaker, just to correct Green Party's vote, it is Tacoma Wha, not Rima.
Okay. Silence while the vote's happening. The ayes are 91, the noes are 20. The question is agreed to.
Environmental Reporting Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Environmental Reporting Amendment Bill be considered by the Environment Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day, number 13.
Building Earthquake-Prone Buildings Amendment Bill, second reading.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Penk.
Thank you, sir. I present a legislative statement on the Building Earthquake-Prone Buildings Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Building Earthquake-Prone Buildings Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Sir, the Transport and Infrastructure Committee has considered the bill and recommends that it be passed with amendments. I'm grateful to the people and organisations who made a submission on the bill and, of course, to the Select Committee itself who took the time to hear those submitters and to consider improvements on the bill. Following the Canterbury earthquakes and Royal Commission of Inquiry, the current earthquake-prone building was introduced. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, as I'm sure all in this House would, the considerable tragedy, the loss of human life that was entailed by those tragic events. And I don't wish to bring you into the debate, Mr. Speaker, but I will acknowledge that you more than most were familiar with the nature of the tragedy, and of course I commend and salute you for your work following that, of course, to bring that beloved region of yours back to more normal circumstances. All that said, of course, I think it's fairly acknowledged that the introduced legislation at that time, albeit, of course, in good faith and balancing all the relevant considerations, has not worked entirely as intended. It has inadvertently imposed large costs on building owners and communities, including throughout New Zealand, without focusing enough on the buildings that present the greatest risk to people's lives. This cannot continue, and so even with the recent earthquakes in Venezuela providing a salutary reminder that we do need to prepare further for such events in New Zealand, nevertheless we have decided that it is important to reform the earthquake-prone building regime to target or refocus on those buildings most likely to cause fatalities in an earthquake. So the changes will remove barriers to strengthening high-risk buildings, making retrofits more affordable for their owners and better protecting people in and around them. Focusing effort and investment on the highest risk buildings will ultimately save more lives than the current one size fits all approach. Today I will briefly reiterate the bill's key elements and summarise the key changes recommended by the Select Committee. As I say, sir, we have decided to accept those changes. First, the bill narrows the system's scope so that it targets only high-risk buildings in medium and high-risk seismic zones. It introduces tiered remediation requirements, amends the definition of priority building, and provides greater flexibility through deadline extensions and lower-cost pathways for alterations and change of use. Only two types of buildings will remain designated as earthquake-prone buildings, or EPBs: unreinforced masonry buildings and tall, heavy material buildings. These are the buildings most likely to cause harm in an earthquake, and these will be only those located in medium or high-risk seismic zones. Territorial authorities must identify and remove other building types, the EPB register, from that register, by territorial authorities in the 3 months from 1 July 2027. Meanwhile, buildings in Auckland, Northland and the Chatham Islands will be out of scope. These areas have a scientifically determined lower seismic hazard than other parts of New Zealand. On royal assent, therefore, earthquake-prone buildings in these areas will have that designation removed. At the same time, other provisions of the bill go through. Coastal Otago, including Dunedin and Oamaru, and Stewart Island, will shift from a low to medium seismic zone to reflect the latest scientific understanding of seismic hazard in those places. Current EPBs there will retain their existing remediation deadlines, and territorial authorities will have until 1 July 2032 to identify potential EPBs there. The bill also narrows the so-called identify at any time pathway for designating buildings as EPBs. Too many lower risk buildings have been designated as earthquake prone using this pathway. So the bill, as introduced, narrows the pathway to cover only the post-1976 tall, heavy material buildings that were constructed before 2027. This includes buildings akin to the CTV building in Christchurch. For buildings that remain EPBs, territorial authorities will determine their required remediation measures in accordance with the updated EPB methodology, issue updated EPB notices and keep the EPB register up to date. The bill also narrows the definition of priority building. Under the bill, only buildings that could fall onto a busy street or block a strategic transport route will qualify. Buildings that were priority simply because of their usage, such as hospitals or fire stations, will lose that status. Together, these changes provide clearer rules and a stronger focus on the buildings that matter most for public safety. Sir, the bill also introduces a tiered approach to remediation, replacing the current requirement to strengthen all buildings to 34% of the new building standard, commonly known as NBS. There will be two principal forms of remediation measure. Most unreinforced masonry buildings will need to mitigate the risk of facades falling onto people below. Multi-storey concrete buildings and large unreinforced masonry buildings will need targeted work to prevent those buildings collapsing. For unreinforced masonry buildings then that are 1 or 2 stories high and located outside urban centres, no remediation will be required by a set deadline. But at the same time, I note that Owners will need to mitigate the risk of facade collapse if they want the building to be taken off the EPB register. EPB owners will be able to apply to territorial authorities for deadline extensions of up to 15 years, 15, even if their original deadline expired before commencement. This will replace the current up to 10-year extension open only to heritage EPB owners. So the bill also supports lower cost compliance pathways for owners carrying out seismic work or changing the use of a building. If the work only involves seismic remediation, no fire or accessibility upgrades will be required. Similarly, if an owner wants to change an EPB's use, it would only need to meet its remediation requirement rather than anything higher. Together, these changes provide more practical and cost-effective solutions, more time to comply, and fewer barriers for owners committed to making their buildings safer. The Transport and Infrastructure Committee has unanimously recommended amendments to address issues identified by submitters, officials and the committee itself. I welcome these improvements and again place on the record my thanks to the committee for their detailed examination of the bill. I note Chair Mr Andy Foster is here. I thank him and his colleagues who did such a careful and coherent job of understanding and in turn explaining the changes that have ultimately been made. In response to feedback from submitters, the committee clarified what areas are in a quote-unquote urban centre, which helps to determine the remediation requirement of an unreinforced masonry EPB. For example, Wellington and Porirua are urban centres, whereas Featherston and Greytown are not. To acknowledge the unique barriers to remediation faced by heritage buildings, the committee added heritage status to the list of matters that territorial authorities must have regard to when determining whether or not to grant a deadline extension. Some submitters were concerned that the alteration provisions may allow for reduced building code compliance. For example, drilling stabilising rods through walls can increase the risk of fire spreading in one room to the next. The committee introduced a backstop into the bill to ensure that seismic work needs to be done in a way that doesn't increase the risk of fire spreading or reduce disabled people's access. The committee also amended the bill so that warning signs must be displayed on all earthquake-prone buildings, including those that are only recorded on the register or have a seismic work exemption. The committee updated the terms for the required remediation measures to facade risk mitigation and targeted retrofit. This will ensure that approaches to remediation that mitigate risk but do not necessarily involve securing a facade or a full retrofit of the building can be used. This bill now also includes high-level descriptions of these measures. Some submitters were unsure how buildings with unusually tall stories or part stories will be treated. A fair question. The committee clarified that the thresholds for determining how many stories high an EPB will be set out in the EPB methodology. One way that a building can be a priority building with half the remediation timeframe is if it may impede a strategic transport route if that were to collapse during an earthquake. Submitters recommended that territorial authorities be allowed to revisit their strategic transport routes. Again, I think a very sensible recommendation. The committee therefore amended the bill to empower territorial authorities, councils in other words, to revise and remove strategic transport routes up to 1 July 2027. No new strategic transport routes may be added, ensuring that no building owners will be worse off. Last, in my remaining minutes, Sir, the committee clarified the meaning of a building within scope. This makes it clearer which buildings are within scope of the system before the reader then looks to the EPB methodology for further technical detail. An unreinforced masonry building must have an exterior masonry wall and satisfy other criteria in the methodology to be within scope. And a tall, heavy material building must have one or more significant elements, such as a roof or a floor, built using concrete or other heavy materials and satisfy any other criteria in the EPB methodology. Overall, in summary, the bill creates a more focused and workable earthquake-prone building system by targeting the buildings that present the greatest risk, introducing tiered and more cost-effective remediation requirements, and reducing barriers to remediation for building owners. For all those reasons, Sir, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is an important bill and an important piece of reform that Labor continues to support with specific reservations. So I'm going to use this speech to set out what those things are, and they will be the parts that we consider are the most sensitive and are the least well supported around the House. It is important that we come to consensus on these rules, which impact on the long-term viability of buildings, and not only those that are being built now, but in expensive and costly remediations that are to come in the next 5 to 10 years. And so it is important to flag where we have bipartisan support, which is for a sensible set of rules for remediation of the highest risk buildings, but to indicate that we do have reservations around how some of the exclusions have been applied, particularly around Auckland. So, Mr. Speaker, maintaining affordability has been our concern here. We want a building system and a built environment which is affordable, where remediations happen from either existing owners or there is an incentive for buildings to be sold to people who can remediate them, because you do not want a situation like Wellington is experiencing now, where some important civic sites, main streets, have buildings which have not been remediated because the cost is very high. That continues to pose a risk to neighbours, to people on the street who walk past them. We want a system which incentivises that kind of remediation and where it is affordable in the public interest. And so that is why we need some updates to these rules. But we have vociferously opposed at every opportunity the exclusion of Auckland from the rules for remediation of risky buildings. Colleagues, let me explain what has occurred here. Cabinet has set out to create a set of rules where the highest risk buildings around the country are the ones that get fixed. That makes sense. We shouldn't fix buildings which are not posing a risk to people's lives and are not posing a risk to the neighbouring buildings around them. Those rules require expensive fixes, and so they should be something which is sensible. There is also a category of buildings under that require being fixed. They need to be fixed, but there shouldn't be rules which force people to adhere to a certain timeline. Building owners in that category should be able to make their own decisions about what kind of risk they will put up with and what kind of risk the building's users will put up with. But when I'm talking about the highest risk buildings, some of those have been excluded from this bill. The way that these rules have been drawn is that if you have a very high-risk building in Auckland, which is on the main street, it does not need to be remediated anymore. The House must understand that by excluding Auckland, we have drawn lines on a map which mean that those remediations do not need to occur. Yes, you could have designed a system where the highest seismic risk regions were the way that we decided what sorts of buildings would be remediated. But that's actually not what we've done. If you drew lines on a map, you might use, say, faults and areas where, say, an eruption around the Alpine Fault was going to cause regional risk and regional land movement. You might have drawn lines around volcanic movements in our shaky isles, but that is not what the system we have used. We've used a system which is perfectly sensible, whereby you identify the buildings which are at risk of movement in any kind of event like that, and how much they are used. So a building that might move the same amount and might have the same kind of risk on the main street in Auckland is a different sort of risk to the one that's on the West Coast and has 2 users a year for family weddings. That's sensible. But the addition at the last minute of an exclusion for Auckland does not fit with the uncontentious and unpolitical way of identifying risk here, and it has overlaid a set of judgments that are, simply put, relatively political about whether Auckland should be included or excluded from the rules. I think that is the wrong decision. I think we will be back here in this House debating whether that has worked, because it is not a system that the public can have faith in, and it will test confidence and trust in our built environment system and whether central government stands behind the risk that we are asking Aucklanders to take on, not only as a community but as individual business owners who, say, have buildings next to highly risky buildings and people who maintain other parts of the built environment around them that are at risk because of this decision. This is not also a minor issue for Auckland. The majority of earthquake-prone buildings are in Auckland, despite many people's assumptions about the earthquake-prone buildings being in Christchurch. That is largely an area which has been through a pretty painful process of having to come up to speed with the rules that we required of them. People in Canterbury have done what they have been asked. They have fixed buildings, they have remediated buildings. For some people that has been huge personal cost. Huge personal investment of family savings. For many businesses, it has meant years of having to forward fund capital investment in their buildings, but they have done that. This is an exclusion now of another region, in fact, where there are 1,400 earthquake-prone buildings, which was in the queue, and this government has made a decision to exclude them. That decision will have lasting consequences for generations to come, and is frankly being made at a time where that is possible for the government to do it because it's not in people's minds. The deadline extensions powers in the bill have also been something that the committee worked very closely with, and ultimately that is something we do not support. There are shifting goalposts now in the bill where deadline extensions of up to 15 years don't come back to this parliament. They are made away from sort of public scrutiny. What does that mean? It means that building owners don't have a clear indication of the time that they will need to make remediations in the rest of the country. For the Wellington apartment owners, who are an important constituency when governments of both stripes have considered this bill, they now do not have certainty of investment decisions. Little old ladies who live in apartments and that's their entire life savings will be hugely impacted by this bill, and it is a very hard case. Labor's answer to this was not one that national politics supported. It was to use public money to assist those private owners with their private property because we recognise that there is a sort of no-fault element of this, and that it would be inequitable to treat this in any different way. But there were other choices available for the national government to make, and simply kicking the can down the road is what is being done here in this bill. It's a very difficult position to be putting those retirees especially, but also first home buyers in when they are now underwater and find themselves without equity to invest in other properties they would like to live in, especially in the current climate of the Wellington property market. The committee had some very useful discussions around the idea of addressing the need for assistance that those apartment owners face, but ultimately the government has not proposed either an insurance product which would help them or a financial scheme which would allow them to sell and then to recover some of the costs for the government's coffers. That was what was in place in 22-23 under the Labor government, and that is not what the government has announced. These rules in this bill should have been progressed at the same time as another scheme to properly spread risk between those who can afford it and those who can't, or introduced. Things like the body corp rules are critical to getting this regime right, and those have also not been progressed at the same time. So ultimately, this is an area where reform is welcome. We need sensible rules for remediation, and the rules aren't working for a sector which is struggling with the construction and the repair of these buildings right now. We do not have enough capacity in the system to fix all of the earthquake-prone buildings that we need to in New Zealand today. So we needed a sensible way for the government to direct when that work would occur and where. But the exclusion of Auckland wholesale should not have been part of the planning of that pipeline. If we're serious about an infrastructure pipeline which works for people, we also need to consider the built environment and the private buildings which are associated with that. Our construction sector needed to be able to plan that out well. There is also an extension in here which means that it might be 10 years, it might be 15 years, nobody knows. And so when we're accountable to the people in our electorate who are looking at this parliament and seeing an improvement of the earthquake-prone building rules, we all also have to know that the risk hasn't gone away of earthquakes, that there are risky buildings out there which this bill doesn't deal with. Simply sticking a notice on the door doesn't deal with it, and we all need to wear that for our communities where there is not just private risk, it is public risk to our main streets, to the people who use the movie theatres, to the people who use the malls. All of this is something that this parliament should keep a very close eye on because it does speed up building, but it also spreads the risk in ways we haven't anticipated.
Before I call the member, Can I inform the House the vote on the first reading of the Environmental Reporting Amendment Bill was incorrectly recorded as ayes 91, noes 20. The correct result is ayes 101, noes 20. The record will be altered accordingly, or corrected accordingly. The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker, tēnā koutou e te whare. I congratulate the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee for their work on this bill and the very helpful report that came from it. My colleague, Celia Wade-Brown, is currently the primary member for the Greens on that committee, as I have to be on the Environment Committee for the Planning Bill. So I wasn't there for the submissions on this bill, but I have a great interest in it, particularly as an electorate MP for Rongotai. Wellington City, which is mainly Wellington Central electorate and Rongotai electorate, both held by Green MPs, was significantly affected by the Kaikoura earthquake and by the changes to the earthquake building standards that were brought in following the Christchurch earthquake. So that was back in the prior term. I know the Speaker will remember this well because I think he was involved at that time. And I think that the changes that were made at that time were made for the very best reasons, which was to try to protect loss of life following the extremely damaging and tragic Christchurch earthquake. However, while Christchurch in the recovery received a significant amount of central government funding to rebuild horizontal infrastructure and a significant amount of support, Wellington has not really received that level of central government support, and yet it's had extreme damage to horizontal infrastructure like the pipes, which only became visible some years after the Kaikoura earthquake. And our town centres have really, really struggled with building owners who simply are not in a position to upgrade the building to make it functional. We have buildings in Newtown that have been just used as storage or sitting empty, two perfectly good apartments on Rediford Street above a commercial space, empty because those buildings are not going to be repaired, and it's affecting the vibrancy of our whole town centre. So as Wellington MP, definitely had to support the changes proposed by the Minister. One thing that was great is sort of trying to make firstly, the prioritization is not stopping a building from falling down, but protecting loss of life. That is really, really important. And secondly, there was kind of no awareness. I think council engineers were quite conservative in terms of putting things on the schedule, and they would say a one-story building that's a tennis club somewhere in Wellington, which has, doesn't have people living in it, doesn't have people working in it all the time, had to be upgraded. And it was the same test for a multi-story residential building that had people living in it. And clearly, the risk is different for those infrequently used buildings that are single-story versus a multi-story residential building. So we welcome these changes, but we still have some concerns. The primary concern from my point of view is that everywhere else that I'm aware of, at least this is what I understood from briefing from officials, and coming from an earthquake-prone part of the world in California, where there have been increases to building standards, there's usually some central government or state level support for helping building owners to fix their buildings to make them safer. So it's unusual to massively put up the seismic standards and not provide any real support, which is unfortunately the situation we've been in. And there was a pathway for support. And I have a constituent, an older lady who lives in a residential apartment in the eastern suburbs of Wellington, who went through this whole process with MB to try and access the support for remediation to her apartment building, no, it's not her apartment building, her apartment in the building, to access financial support. It had just kind of gotten through all the bureaucratic hurdles when this government and the Minister, Chris Pank, announced that they were not going ahead with that program. And so suddenly the money was taken away and it wasn't available, which was incredibly stressful for a woman in if I recall correctly, in her late 70s or early 80s. So, and during this period where the government's been working on this legislation, we still have not seen any financial support for apartment owner-occupiers come through. And I know my colleague Ariana Williams referred to this and Labour's concerns around the bill. It is a major concern. So while there will be fewer buildings that need to be remediated, there are lots of buildings, and there might be 40 residential buildings in Wellington, mostly owner-occupiers. Some will be investment properties with renters in them, but mostly owner-occupiers. And for those owner-occupiers, where is the financial support to undertake the remediation, especially given that property values in Wellington are not up? So borrowing to pay for that remediation might not be available to those apartment owner-occupiers. So it would be useful if central government had a fund, even if it's not grants, but it would be great if it included some grants and some loans, low interest loans, to assist owner-occupiers to fix their buildings so that, you know, they're not at risk of death. And we need them to fix these buildings. Like, as a community, we need these buildings to be fixed. And we cannot rely on City Council, which has already been, particularly in Wellington's case, under so much pressure to upgrade their own buildings. It's made a whole lot of recent projects of Wellington City Council far more expensive because of the complications of the seismic standards, which now are, in some cases, being removed. So they've already put a lot of money into this stuff. Ratepayers can't be the ones bailing out everyone in the city. So I think there is very much a role in calling on government to do something about this, to offer some sort of financial support. And the other big concern is the exclusion of Auckland from the rules for remediation of risky buildings. And I think, unfortunately, as we saw with Christchurch, sometimes the most damaging earthquakes are happening in places where we're not expecting the earthquakes. And my, university geology professor, I remember very clearly saying, if you're in an earthquake-prone area, the place that's most at risk of a catastrophic earthquake is a place where you haven't had lots of little earthquakes, because the pressure has built up over a long period of time. So while everyone's expecting it to be Wellington, you know, it might not be Wellington, and clearly a city built on a zone of volcanoes, it might be at risk. So we should probably not be excluding it, even if it seems cost effective at the moment. It could end up being the wrong decision. So concerned about Auckland's exclusion. There's 1,400 earthquake-prone buildings in Auckland, and that's the majority of the earthquake-prone buildings around the country. So excluding Auckland's buildings that are highly vulnerable in seismic events is not the right decision based on the evidence available. But we're not going to oppose this bill because we know that the other changes need to be made, particularly for places like Wellington. And we were assured by officials during the briefing that engineers were working on far more cost-effective solutions to address the to effectively remediate buildings without having to completely redo the structure. You know, when you're looking at those like 1940s concrete buildings, unreinforced masonry, there might be some more cost-effective solutions that address the issue without having to do everything that prior had been recommended. So that's what we're hoping to see. I mean, the reality is we are an earthquake-prone nation. We need to build accordingly. We also have higher costs of building in some cases, and we have an economy that is struggling slightly. And so I think working together to address the public risk of earthquake-prone buildings and the cost of that, and to share that cost, makes sense, especially when it comes to retrofitting older buildings, because people really appreciate those older buildings, you know, like a lot of really good design, and it would be a shame to have to knock them all down. And as we've seen in Wellington, people aren't knocking those buildings down. They're simply not going ahead with the remediation because it's not affordable. And that means there's not as much housing available in our city as we need. There's not commercial space being utilized, and that has a negative cycle. It's sort of a negative self-reinforcing cycle for our communities. One other point in the last few minutes, we will be moving an amendment in the Committee of the Whole House around fire safety and disability provisions, because we do think that's really important. We do need those older buildings to address disability access and fire safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Simon Court.
ACT supports the amendment to the earthquake-prone buildings regulations. In 2016, David Seymour, ACT leader, was the only member of Parliament to vote against the legislation and the rules that we're now repealing. Seymour said the rules would be arbitrary, there was a lack of cost-benefit analysis, and there'd be huge cost to many building owners with little benefit either to private or public users. It was an attack on property rights. That's what this Parliament voted for, 119-1. An attack on people's property rights by forcing owners to spend vast sums of money on buildings that they could not justify commercially or ever hope to recover. And as a result, as Julianne Genta has just pointed out, there are many buildings that have never been remediated and never would have been under the rules we're repealing today. Seymour said in 2016 these rules will cost a fortune. And since then, we've heard heartbreaking tales about people who are essentially in their old age living on a fixed income, unable to afford their share of the cost of remediation and living heartbroken, ruined lives as a result of the rules this Parliament's repealing today. And the government review of the rules agreed. They had imposed around, or would impose around $8 billion in avoidable costs. ACT has proven right again. Just like we were with the Zero Carbon Act, 119-1. We will be proven right. New Zealand will have to get the Paris Agreement changed for our benefit, or we'll have to leave. ACT was proven right about the firearms confiscation and the laws that Labor government brought in. 119-1. And that is why Nicole McKee has to fix them with a new Firearms Act. Mr. Speaker, ACT is right more often than any of you, excluding you, Mr. Speaker,
you know, that's
care to admit.
The member does need to come back to the bill. I know that, look, the advertorial stuff is interesting, but not relevant to the bill.
ACT looks forward to seeing this bill progress through all stages to give New Zealanders with earthquake-prone buildings a chance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Andy Foster.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First, and also having chaired the Transport Infrastructure Select Committee which considered this bill. And I just wanted to say thanks to all the people who worked on this, the officials, the submitters, and always the great committee that it's my pleasure to work with. Mr. Speaker, this bill followed a public engagement process before the bill was introduced, which I think is a great process. It's all too rare, if I might say, by any government. The bill reduces the overall requirement for earthquake strengthening, reduces the number of buildings, reduces the extent of work required in many cases, but not all. It takes a tiered approach, first of all starting with information. We did say that as a select committee that we want to make sure that buildings that are earthquake prone, even if you don't have to do anything with them, there's at least a notice on those buildings to inform people. It's simple notice. Partial and facade strengthening is another step, and then full treatment as well. The Select Committee tightened up on urban areas, for example, churches and fields we didn't deem to be high risk. Tightened up on fire and access, so upgrade is no longer required but you can't make it worse. We excluded those, agreed with the exclusion of low-risk areas, Auckland, Northland, Chathams, etc. And we did test that we told very clearly to the opposition there was a low benefit cost ratio, and that's why they stayed excluded. The biggest issue, though, Mr. Speaker, just very briefly, was the lifting of Otago, coastal Otago, so Dunedin and Oamaru, into the medium risk area. There was a lot of concern by those communities about that. Those are areas with some of the most significant collections of heritage buildings, and New Zealand First thinks heritage is very, very important. Most significant collections of heritage buildings in New Zealand, huge public benefit, what Simon Court was saying, huge public benefit, and yet the bill for the strengthening is private. There's a real concern about the economics of strengthening in both of those towns. But the bill actually, Mr. Speaker, reduces the impact on those communities. We did explore the details of those, whether things like the treatment of mezzanines, basements, two-storey buildings that are 4 stories at the back, and so on. Sorry, am I interrupting the good folks over there?
No.
You want me to? I'll get finished quicker if you didn't do that.
Mr. Foster, you were
Thank
being interrupted, and I'd advise those who were interrupting to
Thank you.
Contain themselves.
We go through an extensive process. We go through a serious select committee process. Don't make the process a joke here. Mr. Speaker, the assessment that the coastal Otago, though, one of the challenges there is the coastal Otago is based on 160 buildings which have been assessed at the moment. I'm told by the folks in Dunedin Council that there are about 3,500 still to assess. So there is a serious issue there which we are going to need to look at. And if I can just finish off with, just in terms of Wellington, Julianne Genter was absolutely right. Wellington got no support whatsoever as the effects of the Kaikoura earthquake slowly emerged, particularly on the water infrastructure. She's also right about the parlous state of many of the apartment holders there, apartment owners there. It is painful for them. They are trapped in that situation, and there is no necessary answer in this. It is something, again, we should look to see if we can find an answer for them, and it does blight areas. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to leave it there, but just to commend the bill to the House and thank everybody for the hard work that's been gone into putting it together.
This is a split call. Tamatha Paul.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the previous speaker for sharing those insights, because as we know, being based here in Wellington, where shakes are common, that this is something that we've absolutely always got to be considering. And we are going to be supporting this bill because it's moving towards a more proportionate risk-based framework that better targets life safety and reduces unnecessary compliance costs, which was looking like a very big bill for Wellington, so we're glad that those costs might be spread out a bit more over time. We all saw those videos in Venezuela, watching all of those buildings come down, watching those buildings collapse on top of people, and just the misery that came about. And I think whenever there's a major seismic event across the world, it does really remind us why we have to make sure that our buildings are safe and compliant, and why it is so important. And I think New Zealand in particular has done a really good job at making sure that our buildings are safe and reinforced, and that things like chimneys or stone masonry won't fall down and crush people in the way that we saw in Venezuela. And I think it's really good that we've learnt the lessons from the tragedies that have happened. But like the previous speaker said, in Wellington after the Kaikoura earthquake, there was a lot of damage done in the city, especially to our main buildings that we rely on, like our central library, basically our entire civic square. And that's only just getting open now, 10 years later? And it would have been great to have a hand, and I know the Speaker, you did a lot of amazing work for the City of Christchurch following the big earthquakes, and I wish that we had a Jerry Brownlee in Wellington to help us hustle a bit more financial support, but it's all right because we're here now. And I do recognise the previous Speaker's contribution. Damn it. I do recognise the previous Speaker's work to, following the different quakes that we've had here in Wellington. My colleague Julianne Genter covered a lot of our position quite well, but one thing that she mentioned towards the end of her speech is that we're really hoping that through the Committee of the Whole process on this bill that we'll be able to get some amendments in here that make sure that when disabled people or those with mobility requirements are living in these buildings, that we can make sure that they're able to safely enter and exit the building in the event of an emergency or of an earthquake. So we're really hoping to work pragmatically with the other parties to implement those amendments, which will make these bills, this bill and these changes more fair and reflective of the fact that a quarter of our population are living with disabilities. Now, the other main point that I wanted to make in the short time that I have was around some of the constituents that I've met with in Wellington, and particularly those people who are living in earthquake-prone buildings, who are on fixed incomes, who are in a really difficult financial situation due to some of the legislation that addresses those buildings that they live in. And I just wanted to highlight some of the solutions that they are wanting in addition to some of this work. So obviously this is about the legislation, but there are also some financial schemes or assistance that we might be able to consider to assist some of those owners. So some of those recommendations include, and I've written to the Minister of Building and Construction earlier in the year to bring these to his attention, but we respectfully request that we include within the earthquake-prone building system reform program a dedicated work stream which looks at owners of multi-unit residential buildings, recognising the distinct barriers faced by body corporates and homeowners. We ask that there is a financial support settings that are workable for owners of multi-unit apartment buildings who must still undertake remediation, including arrangements that recognise fixed incomes, limited borrowing capacity and the collective decision-making required under unit title and company share governance arrangements. And finally, we request that the government provide certainty and transparency on timing, transitional arrangements and implementation so that homeowners can plan, secure finance where necessary and make informed decisions. So really just acknowledging that for some of the super annuitants that live in these buildings or disabled people who are on fixed income have less financial ability to make different financial abilities, and sometimes they've put their lifetime savings into buying these apartments and are now in this really tricky situation where they don't have the money to remediate. So my request is that we consider the financial assistance that might sit alongside this bill, which will mean that people living in seismic prone areas can stay where they are. Kia ora.
Dr. Carlos Tom. Peters tell the committee how frustrating and confusing the current system is, especially in Auckland, where the earthquake risk is relatively lower than in other parts of the country. This will provide a more practical and proportionate approach to manage earthquake-prone building. I commend this bill to the House.
Tangi Utuku.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have to say, the National Party leader and the Deputy Chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, I was expecting to take, well, for the member to be a little bit more fulsome in the contribution. Usually we hear about Mount Roskill, but clearly not today. So that is disappointing, but nonetheless we will box on. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague Aruna Williams has indicated, the Labour Party will be supporting this bill this afternoon. And that's because we do agree that the earthquake-prone building system does need to be practical, it needs to be targeted, and it also needs to be focused on the buildings that do pose the greatest risk to life and indeed to safety. We acknowledge that when we step back and look at the current regime, that has placed some pressure on councils who have an active role in this particular space, on building owners, on communities, and particularly, sir, in regional communities and smaller towns where the costs of undertaking remediation can be at times, not all the time, but at times can be disproportionate to the level of risk. So we do think that an approach that is looking at a risk-based approach, but one that is balanced, is perhaps a sensible one. And it's right that when we're looking at the approach for buildings around priority for those that are unreinforced masonry, those that perhaps are seen as vulnerable because of the structure containing concrete, and other areas where the seismic risk perhaps is higher than other places, is the best way to go, rather than treating every single building in the same way, despite those particular aspects as well. But Mr. Speaker, there still does need to be an expectation that across the board throughout the country, when we're looking at things like this, that the consideration for life and safety is paramount, and that there should not be a dereliction of duty or responsibility in that regard. We must do this work, although we need to take a measured approach to it. So I want to acknowledge the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. I want to acknowledge Mr Foster, who has made a contribution today. We're acknowledging Mr Foster quite a bit. That's because there are a few bills from the Transport and Infrastructure Committee as part of the urgency motion. But I do want to acknowledge the work that the committee did do on this bill, and I think the fact that it's come back to the House with unanimous support in terms of the report is a direction indication to the work that colleagues have done. We did hear from a number of submitters, as you would expect as a bill like this, and also officials. As colleagues have touched on, the committee did receive some advice around areas in New Zealand that would be considered as low seismic zones, and the resultant action from the committee is that those 3 particular areas would no longer be subject to the earthquake-prone building regime at a level as which they entered into this regime, and that relates to Auckland, Northland and the Chathams. Now, this has led to the view from the Labour Party that we oppose the exclusion of Auckland from this regime, and that is because there are naturally buildings in Auckland where there is still a risk, that those buildings present a significant life and safety risk if an earthquake to take place. We do remain concerned that the government has gone too far in excluding Auckland from this regime, because low risk does not mean no risk. And there continue to be high-risk buildings in places all around the country that would cause harm to life and safety following an earthquake. We know that if we look at Auckland and set aside Northland and the Chathams, Auckland is the home to our largest population. It is our largest city by far. There is substantial levels of infrastructure in that part of the country in existence and being built at the moment, and there are, as my colleague has said, already a significant number of buildings that have already been identified as earthquake prone, in excess of 1,400. The Select Committee report identifies 1,544 Auckland buildings that are currently classified as being earthquake prone that would no longer be covered by this particular law change. And so we do think that a complete carve-out of our country's largest city that has the most population in the country located in it does create a gap in public safety and public confidence. Now, Mr Chung says it's the best city. Well, he could have told us about that in his contribution, but he's given that opportunity up. We do think, Mr Speaker, that there was an opportunity for perhaps an alternative where there could have been some middle ground, where Auckland could have still been subject to some provisions, maybe a lighter regime, who knows, but that was certainly the preference rather than a complete removal from the regime in its entirety. I want to touch on, Mr Foster has talked about coastal Otago and the protections that would provide them. Now, this bill does move that area from a low to a medium seismic zone based on the updated information around hazards that is now available. The committee has inserted some transitional provisions so that there is a lack of disadvantagement to existing building owners in that particular area. There is still the remediation deadlines that exist, but there is an opportunity for some timeframes to be sort of changed in that particular space after the commencement around those medium zone timeframes as well. One change the committee has also made is around the definition of an urban centre. This bill will require a different approach for those that are in urban centres, for those that have unreinforced masonry, and why that is, sir, is because of the likely higher damage and threat to pedestrians moving about in urban areas and vehicular traffic as well, that might also block or impede emergency vehicles seeking to utilise the roads, which we'll talk about in a moment. The committee has narrowed the definition so that urban centre is not going to capture those smaller satellite towns that would be subject to some tougher requirements. And often, close to home for me, the Manawatu District Council is a regular submitter to the Transport Committee when it comes to these sort of matters. You know, they would be considering for their community where they sit in terms of being an urban centre or not, and adopting the Statistics New Zealand approach as to what the definitions are, and that's contained in the committee's report, we think is a sensible way to go. Mr Speaker, as you'll be aware, there are priority buildings that are identified that have effectively a shorter runway or a shorter period of time that the remediation work will need to be carried out. Now, some regional authorities have gone through a process of identifying a large number of strategic transport routes, which means that any of those buildings that are priority buildings that have been identified as being positioned along those strategic transport routes will need to effectively create a quicker form of remediation. Why? Because if an earthquake were to occur and those buildings were to collapse, then that would impede the strategic transport network, and so there needs to be quicker form of remediation around that. What has been brought to light, though, however, Mr. Speaker, is that some authorities have perhaps been a little bit more loose around designation of those strategic transport routes, and so the bill does provide for an option for councils to have a look on a one-off opportunity around their route sort of planning for transport and to remove some routes if possible. It's not an opportunity for councils to add or controlling authorities to add more routes in, but rather to sensibly, where possible, rationalise what that route looks like. And when it comes to highways, Mr. Speaker, Waka Kotahi NZTA need to be included in that particular process. To just wrap up, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other small changes, but they are changes that we think will make a difference. There are things like the notices on buildings being a little bit more simpler than they are currently, and hopefully they'll be able to serve as a reminder and a guide to members of the public around what the particular state or assessment of an earthquake-prone building is, so that members of the public can make their own choices around that. At the moment, that is something that might need to be sort of focused on through the regulation process. What this bill does is it changes it so that the Chief Executive of MB is able to sign off on that, and that councils can go about making that happen. So it's a sensible change that will hopefully not create bureaucracy, another layer of bureaucracy around that, but will ensure that it is a very clear, simple direction to the public around what the state of a building is if they choose to go into it. And then the final part, Mr. Speaker, is around some of the removals of the Henry VIII provisions that was in response to the Regulations Review Committee that is ably chaired by Arana Williams, but identified that aspects for the transitional purposes were no longer required, and so the committee was very happy to respond to that request from the Regs Review Committee to change that. On balance, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party is supporting this bill this afternoon, however, with the caveat that we still believe the time frame and the exclusion of Auckland is an issue.
Call on Tambudwa.
Speaker, this is a good bill reflecting a risk-based approach to earthquake-prone buildings. It's very good for Auckland. It's all a part of this government's plan to fix the basics and build the future. I commend it to the House.
We have a split call. Georgie Dancy.
Tēnā koe te manga te whare. And Mr. Speaker, firstly, very good to see you in the chair. I think the last time I spoke with you in the chair was at my maiden speech, so let's hope this speech is as heartfelt and good as that one. But this is a very important bill that we're speaking to today, the Building Earthquake-Prone Buildings Amendment Bill. I want to acknowledge the effects of earthquakes and the importance of getting this legislation right. As other speakers have spoken to, we are in a very earthquake-prone country, and we need to do really good and ongoing work on protecting people who deal with the repercussions of earthquakes across the motu, and good work that's going to protect the lives of people and our communities. We've all been affected by earthquakes, and I acknowledge those living in cities who have been hugely affected by earthquakes, and we all know the huge impact it has on communities financially and otherwise, particularly the Christchurch earthquakes, which I know triggered a lot of work in this space. And my colleagues have spoken of the impacts of that, and I'm pleased to support this bill in order to get that legislation right so that we can protect lives and our communities. We need to keep safety at the centre of our system when we are considering this bill, and reforms should focus on genuine risks, and public safety must remain the overriding principle. And so Labor supports targeting regulatory efforts at buildings that present the greatest risks to life safety. As I mentioned, we have learnt considerable lessons from Canterbury, and other speakers have spoken to the Kaikoura earthquakes, and governments have a responsibility to protect people from avoidable harm. As other speakers have mentioned, although Labor supports this bill, we do not support the exclusion of Auckland, Northland and the Chathams from these reforms. Even though they have a low seismic hazard, Auckland doesn't have a zero risk, and we risk building a two-tiered system in our country by excluding Auckland. A low risk does not mean no risk, and we need to ensure that we are protecting everybody. As other speakers have spoken to, Auckland contains approximately 1,400 earthquake-prone buildings, and the majority of identified earthquake-prone buildings nationally, excluding our largest population, I don't think is a smart move. Mr. Speaker, I come from the sunny place of Hamilton, and Hamilton and the Waikato also has a low risk seismic hazard risk. However, I wouldn't want the Waikato and the place that I live to be excluded from these regulations, because, as I said, a low risk doesn't mean no risk. And in fact, Hamilton, as reported, is the largest urban centre with the lowest natural hazard risk. So a little plug there for the great city, but also let's not exclude areas. We need to make sure that we are protecting all our people and communities across the board in this legislation. The other point I wanted to quickly touch on was balancing affordability with long-term responsibility. As natural hazards increase, or natural disasters increase in our country due to climate change, this is something we need to think about more and more in regards to earthquakes and personal liability, but also in other natural hazards. And I don't think it's something that gets enough attention, is how are people going to manage the personal financial burden on them when a natural disaster affects them. I think that's a missed opportunity, and I would have liked to see more support for our public in that space.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great honour to stand up and speak on the Building Earthquake-Prone Buildings Amendment Bill. A lot of previous speakers have, Mr. Speaker, flattered you with many great compliments, but I do just want to acknowledge all the work that you did do for Christchurch after the earthquakes. This bill would make it more pragmatic, tiered system intended to better reflect the actual risk posed by individual buildings here in New Zealand. It would focus on mitigating the risks of life, so therefore I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a bit surprised that the previous speaker didn't look at the clock and maybe think to speak for a little bit longer, and we may have been able to go for lunch, but nevertheless, here I am on my feet, and I've got quite a lot to say, so I make no apologies for that snafu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Earthquake-Prone Building Amendment Bill, where do we start? Well, let's start at point one. Labor supports the overall direction of this bill, and obviously it's been argued that the current earthquake-prone building system has imposed substantial and in some cases disproportionate costs on building owners and on councils and on regional communities, and that is something worthy of some reconsideration. So this more targeted system which focuses on the buildings and the buildings themselves, the earthquake risk, and the locations that present the greatest risk and threat to life, we do believe is sensible. It's not a perfect system, and there are, as has been discussed, at least 2 or 3 major, well, when I say major, 2 or 3 very specific concerns that we certainly don't agree with. It's not what we would have done given the opportunity to do so. But a risk-based system that assesses genuine risk is something that we're happy to support in this instance. But we simply don't think that we can draw a line around Auckland and pretend that every vulnerable building, of which there were, I believe, 1,400 at least, on one side of a line, are no longer a concern, because it doesn't take away the concern, it just takes them off the statutory list of concern. So the central purpose, as has been said by almost everybody on this side of the House, who are pretty much the only people apart from Andy Foster, who made a very interesting contribution, to have commented on what is a really important bill, and we should have more to say about it. The most important principle does have to be the underlying underpinning this legislation is that earthquake-prone buildings regulation exists primarily to protect people's lives. And as has also been noted, those of us from Canterbury certainly don't need a reminder that earthquakes don't just affect buildings. They affect people, and they change lives within an instant. You know, lives can be changed and lost. And many Cantabrians, as I'm sure yourself, Mr. Speaker, will remember walking past buildings that they had entered hundreds of times, or driving past buildings, as I did just before the earthquake. Paused at a set of lights because the lights were red. A very frequent place for me to be paused. And 2 hours later, you know, that building was down, and the person that was unfortunately paused at those lights on that occasion lost their life. So buildings that seem like innocuous bricks and mortar that serve the function of housing work, that housing people, conducting business and all of those other activities that they afford us the opportunity to do, aren't just buildings if they are not designed in a way, or if legislation and regulation don't ensure that aspects of buildings aren't a little bit more safer for the reality that they involve housing people and accommodating people who are not nearly as indestructible as we might somehow like to think we are. Labor therefore supports a greater focus that is in this bill on unenforced masonry buildings. That was certainly a big lesson from Canterbury. Vulnerable concrete buildings, falling facades and other known life safety hazards. A more proportionate system, however, is, we do believe, a little bit more fairer for regional communities. Existing system tended to treat every building as if the community that it was functioning within presented the same level of risk, and a small building in a low risk town shouldn't necessarily face the same obligations as a large, vulnerable concrete building on a busy pedestrian route. And I know that through the Select Committee process, you know, that formula, those calculations have been taken into account to get to where we agree here. There were some aspects of that Labor weren't 100% in agreement with when it came to assessing that risk, but some of that was debatable, and we put forward some alternatives. We don't think that our position was necessarily the perfect one either, so we were happy to contend with this. Acknowledging that the cost of strengthening has exceeded, for some people, the value of the building itself, and also acknowledging the stress and the uncertainty that lots of people have faced, wondering how they would be able to now make those buildings compliant under the previous regime. However, proportionality must not become an excuse for an indefinite inaction, and that is a huge problem. Extensions should be available where owners are making genuine progress, and we absolutely believe that, but not simply to push difficult decisions another 10 or 15 years further into the future. And, you know, ultimately, we actually do want to be able to take this opportunity to say we live in an earthquake-prone country. There are certain well-known risks. Given our recent history, we have been afforded the opportunity to look into and to research and to have experts and engineers on this, that and whatever design and innovate some possible solutions to make our lived environment a lot safer. So we should be moving with a certain pace to be able to afford our own selves the opportunity for that. As has been mentioned, Mr. Speaker, excluding Auckland we think is entirely the wrong approach. I do understand the rationale behind it, and we listened intently to various people raising their methodology behind how they come to that decision, or how they came to provide us with that advice. I still don't think it's the right thing to do. I think even if we think about the situation where we're discussing Auckland as if it's one homogenous area just by virtue of the fact that it has some boundaries, and we've created, you know, we've created a made-up, essentially, boundary where, and that's what we call Auckland. But even within Auckland itself, there are different geological considerations, and we just think that with a little bit more time, we may have been able to work with the government to maybe reach a compromise on how we could have got the best of both worlds. But we accept that Auckland does have a lower seismic risk. We acknowledge that being seismic hazard is not the only part of the risk calculation, however, and a light touch framework could have been retained, we think, which would have left highly vulnerable buildings, lots and lots of highly vulnerable buildings, still could have been identified, recorded and subject to some targeted obligations, which I think was probably the place that we should have ended up. I also do want to acknowledge the earthquake notices. I think both Andy Foster and my colleague Tangi Utikere mentioned these, and so far as it's one of the things I remember the most from Select Committee. Sometimes it's the little details. The earthquake notices that you put on an earthquake or on a building, just because there's no remediation required for that building, we didn't think that should remove the need to have a properly displayed notice. People should still know that, yes, the building's got some issues, no, not enough to have required the full suite of treatment in terms of remediation. I still want to know what those issues are, and then I can make my own informed choice about how much time I may choose to spend in that building. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Labor supports this bill because it is a targeted and more proportionate and a genuinely risk-based system, and we do think that we probably do need this now as a pragmatic step forward. We support this bill at second reading while continuing obviously to argue for a more consistent national safety framework and better support for those people that are expected to carry out some of the costs to their own homes, including the apartment dwellers, because ultimately we all want safer communities.
Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 2 p.m.